Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. We're starting off the 2025 OSSC committee today, and today's our first meeting, and we're going to start out just with some introductions. We're going to talk a little bit about the process, and then we'll get going on the review. We have some folks here in the room with us. Thanks for being here. And we also have the majority of the code review committee remote as well. So we're going to be kind of doing this with in-person, in the room input and feedback, as well as folks online. So I'm going to start this off with my introduction. I'm Tony Rocco. I am the Housing and Building Safety Manager and the Structural Program Chief. And again, thanks for everyone for being here. I have to my left, I have Jeremy Williams, our structural program engineer. And online, we have Eric McMullen, our assistant program chief, as well as Tammy Martino, our senior building code specialist, Francisco Ramos, our building code specialist. And we have, of course, we have Laura Burns here, along with Katie. Laura's the boss running the show over here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the folks in the room for introductions, and then I'll go down with the people that are attending online for introductions. Turn it over to you, Jody. Yeah.
Jody Orison with City of Portland Building Code Analyst.
Rabi Tamahulit with the Home Builder Association.
Great, thank you. We also have our Chief Building Official, Richard Rogers, in the room, and Pierre Sabat, our Policy Analyst. So Pierre is going to be keeping us in line as we go through the matrix and go through the changes for fiscal items. So he'll be logging on or coming in and reminding us that we have to consider the fiscal impact of any changes where the cost of construction would increase through the provision. Okay, and I'll go to Janice.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janice Sonata, and I'm with LRS Architects, and I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Great, thanks, Janice. I'll go to Matthew Amos.
Hi, I'm Matt Amos. I'm with the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office, and just here to participate and give my input on fire and life safety.
Great, thank you, Matthew. We'll go to Tom Jaleski.
Hi, Tom Jaleski. I'm with Jensen Hughes. I'm an architect and happy to be here and be a part of this process. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. We'll go to Adelie.
Hello, this is Adelie from Malheur County. I will have my camera turned off most of the time. It won't let it turn on, or it will glitch. I just tried to turn it on per the instructions, but the Zoom doesn't work very well over here with my camera on. Thank you.
That's all right. Thank you. And we'll go to Eric Lacey.
Hi, Eric Lacey, Responsible Energy Codes Alliance. Just here to learn a little more about the process.
Great. Thanks, Eric. It looks like we have some others joining us. We have some other folks. Let's see. I have Elizabeth Torsk.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Torsky. I'm with Cascade Natural Gas. Just here to observe.
Great. Thank you. We have some other staff from the division joining us as well. Just note that those are the other names that you see on the meeting. And with that, I think we have as many code committee members as we were expecting today. Laura, is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we'll get started with just a little bit of overview about the code adoption process. So the code review committee here is representing the Building Code Structures Board. And the way codes get adopted, for those that don't know, is that it takes a confirmation and approval from the appropriate advisory board, as well as an approval from the division. And so the code review committee has volunteered their expertise and their time, which we are very thankful for. And they do really the heavy lifting of code adoption. The base codes for the 2025 OSSC, we're using the current code, the 2022 OSSC, as well as the 2024 model code. So we have the 2024 IFC new construction provisions. Eric McMullen will talk a little bit about that when we get to chapter 4. As well as the 2024 IBC and the 2024 IEBC, which has been incorporated into chapter 34 for several cycles now. So we're going to just kind of roll through each chapter. This is an informal process. Everybody has the ability to raise their hand online or comment for those folks in the room. It's going to be a discussion, and if there's anything that you want to table or come back to, we can do that as well. We have a lot of flexibility. Our roles here at the division for this committee, we're kind of facilitating this. We're the division that adopts the code. So we're going to just kind of be facilitating the process as we go along. We have some great resources that Laura and the team have put together, which will be helpful in the overall process. One of those is the code review committee matrix, which is a kind of a roadmap to the process. Laura, I don't know if you're able to share your screen and show that.
Yeah, so I just, in the chat, I put a link to the committee page, which is for committee use only. And all of the information that we'll be going over is on that page. Let me go ahead and share. Wait, I don't want to share my email. There we go. Did it work? Okay. Yay.
Great. So what you see there is the code review committee page. It's specifically for the code review committee members, and it holds, we have the draft chapters available. Those are integrated draft chapters. It looks like quite a few of them are available, all the ones that we're covering today. We have some that will be coming soon that we'll be adding. We also have the 3 public code amendment proposals that we received outside of the SEAO, Structural Engineers Association of Oregon proposals for chapters 16 through 23. I believe they're mostly in 16. Jeremy will be discussing those as we move further in the process. So, but today, on today's agenda, we're going to be using that matrix that's also linked on that page right there. And this is kind of the roadmap to the process. So what we're going to be highlighting is Oregon amendments. We've added in some of the notable changes in the model codes that we're covering, and we can always add to this matrix. So it's really up to the committee members if they want to add more. We can look at the full integrated chapter as we go through and pull that up. So we have lots of flexibility. It's intended to just kind of be an informal process. We're going to be discussing some of these, and then again, Pierre will be reminding us that we need to consider the fiscal impact. One of the things that the advisory board has to make is a determination regarding any increase in costs coming from the new recommended code provisions. So with that, I think, Laura, was there anything else that you wanted me to cover as we get kind of just started?
Yeah, on the matrix, you'll notice that where the IBC is purple, well, it says IBC and it's purple. The identifier is actually from the revisions document that they sell for ICC. So those are the proposals that's the proposal number. So we'll be able to go there and look at the original proposal to see if they had any cost issues or impact.
Great. Anything else that you wanted to cover? Nothing? Let's see here. I'm just seeing if there's any other notes. So I guess if we're touching back on the committee materials and resources, so the majority of those are going to be kept again on that committee webpage that's been linked in the chat for committee members to access. Those are all just draft, and those will be updated. Typically, Laura is able to update those as we move through the process. And then we can always go back at the next meeting or however the committee would like to do it, to revisit a chapter or portion of a chapter or anything like that. We can pull up the revision history, as Laura mentioned, with the corresponding model proposal numbers, and then look at the history there. I think, on the I-codes process, it's really just whether or not it increases the cost of construction. It's kind of just a yes or no. There's not typically a specific fiscal impact report or anything associated with that, but that could help as we kind of navigate these, because we will have to record a fiscal impact again for all of those, anything that increases the cost. The other committee materials and resources are, of course, the model codes. So going through those 2024 iterations of the code, they've been available online since I think last fall. And we can always send links if you're not familiar with that, or how to get to those on the ICC webpage. So with that, anything else? Anything to add? Okay. Anything from the committee members in the room? Any questions from the committee members online? All right. So I think Laura's going to share her screen. We're going to bring up the matrix and we're going to kind of just go through. We can start. We're going to start today. We have the notice chapters are 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. We can take a break whenever the committee prefers. And we'll plan on taking a lunch if we don't happen to just blast through all the material. So, and we can't go further than what we notice for these meetings. So that's kind of the limiting factor to keep in mind, is that we can always add more to maybe the next meeting agenda, but we can't go further than what we identify on the agenda for today's meeting. So we're starting in chapter 3. We have a longstanding Oregon amendment in section 304.5, and it is addressing lockup facilities as defined in ORS 169. This was a longstanding amendment. It was made originally with DOC, Oregon DOC had requested it, and it's been there, I think, for a long time. It has been updated to reflect the appropriate ORS definition for lockup facilities, and Laura's bringing up the draft chapter here, which is probably actually better than the matrix. Any questions, any thoughts on this one? It's proposed to be retained.
I have no issues with the retention.
Okay, I'm not hearing anything.
We've used it before. It's worked fine. We haven't had any issues with the way it's written or the fact that it's in there.
Great, thanks, Jody. All right, so we're gonna say that one is retained without any comments from the committee on that. We're gonna roll on to the next one. The next one I have is in section 305.23. Now, this is an existing Oregon amendment that was an interim amendment to the 19, I believe it was an interim to the 19 OSSC, and then became part of the 2022. And this is where we're looking at those in-home residential childcare facilities. I saw that Pierre has his hand raised. Pierre, were you looking for a fiscal there?
Yeah, is there any, I know it's existing, but is there any fiscal impact you anticipate for
It was
for
just
that?
an existing amendment. So
Yep, that's what I figured. I just wanted to double check. Thank you.
got it. Thank you. So here in 30523, we have a series of amendments that were made in conjunction with a lot of folks, including one of our committee members, Jody, in the room. And so these this amendment is basically just intended to point to the new section 420.12 in chapter 4, which allows these certified and registered family childcare homes within detached dwellings to be constructed or to be occupied without a sprinkler system. So there's the option in 420.12. You can either provide a dwelling residential sprinkler system, or you can provide some additional life safety features. And then it also points to the general accessibility provisions for in-home childcare facilities. First, for new construction, we have the provisions in 1103. And then for existing construction, we just point to the 3403, which is IEBC Chapter 3, which applies to all of the compliance methods. Again, this is existing language that we are proposing to retain. Adelie, go ahead.
I was just curious. I got an email from the OBOA board on that DLCD childcare work group. Their next meeting is August 23rd. Is that the same work group that Jody's on? The DLCD one for the childcare?
No, so that's the House Bill 2727 group. Jody, one of your staff is on it, I believe. I forget her name.
Chanel Horn is actually on that. I've talked with that group kind of separately because they're very open to anybody who has ideas, but this piece that was put in was last code cycle.
Yeah.
I was just curious how this code change. Will it get adjusted if something comes out of that work group?
Yeah, of course. So that's a separate thing. That's about, so I'm on that work group, House Bill 2727 group, and it's about childcare barriers for childcare centers. And so they're kind of, I mean, they touch on the in-home stuff, but I think, you know, DELC has been, again, we've made these amendments with DELC. This is existing code language. It's not new. And so I think they were pretty happy about the code application on the residential side. There has been a lot of discussion about Group E's and I4s on the commercial side, and kind of how to, if there's any ways to simplify the compliance path for childcare providers, you know, in that commercial space. But anything coming out of that group right now, it would just be recommendations back to the legislature. That's what's due by January 1 of next year. And then it would, you know, some of the recommendations may require statutory changes. It would take a bunch of other steps to complete.
Thank you for clarifying. I just wanted to make sure because I knew that was another project going on.
Absolutely. Yeah, my pleasure. So any other thoughts on this one? 30523. I think we're pretty good. Yeah, go ahead, Jody.
There's one spot, and the committee can say if they like it or not, but the language about detached 1 or 2 family dwelling or townhouse, the word detached at the front of that, I think only modifies 1 and 2 family dwelling, because clearly a townhouse is not detached, right?
Yes.
So I was thinking, what do we like or not like? We're located within a townhouse or detached 1 or 2 family dwelling, so that it's clear that that townhouse is not part of the detached condition.
So that's a great option there. So where this language comes from is the scope of the residential code. So it's just the way the ORSC is scoped, and then same with the pointer and on page 1 of chapter 1 of the OSSC. Or maybe we could add a comma.
I just know we've kind of like tripped ourselves up a little bit on that, because there are some things that are very clearly like you must be detached in order to get to use this, like a lodging house or something.
Right.
So, yeah, I like matching other spots, but maybe those other spots should also be changed. I don't know.
Sure.
That's out of the scope of this committee, I'm sure.
What do you think about adding a comma there? comma, or townhouse, because townhouse as defined, because it's italicized, we'd have to go and that means three or more attached units.
Not an English person, but a comma does not bother me at all. That sounds fine.
Okay. Any other thoughts? From the committee members online, anything to add?
Whatever we need to support less confusion, I'm good with. So if a comma helps with that, absolutely, Jody.
I think the comma helps. Do you know?
Yeah, I think the comma does provide clarity for the different parts of it. This is common throughout the code is that there are elements where a comma would be advisory in order to be able to make it more clear that things are not attached to each other or provide separation, that they're individual distinct entities.
Great. Thanks, Tom. Well, I think that helps. And I think we'll need to make that in the other locations too, maybe. Any other thoughts from the committee on this one, existing amendment? Okay, that one's being retained. Pierre, there's no fiscal impact on this one. It is just an existing Oregon amendment.
Thank you, Tony.
All right, moving on. We have a tandem here for group F2. You'll see the model code change, which is actually a pretty significant change. They changed the alcohol content percent. They moved it from 16% longstanding to up to 20%. And I think it is kind of follow up to the additional requirements that we adopted under the 22 OSSC for the storage and manufacturing of alcoholic beverages. I think this was tandem from what I recall from the proposal. And then we also have an existing Oregon amendment there that you see on your screen regarding the wood barrel and bottled wine aging facilities in wineries. That is part of the statutory winery language and the suite of Oregon amendments related to those wineries. So I'll open it up to the committee. Any thoughts here?
The 20% is consistent with the model code change, so I would support keeping that model code language.
Okay. Thanks, Adelie. Any other thoughts? Got a thumbs up from Rabi over here. All right. Seeing none, I'm going to keep it. We're just going to keep moving. So please feel free. You can jump in at any time. You can raise your hand or just unmute and talk. But it looks like we're going to approve the model code change as well as retain the existing Oregon amendment in 3063. And I'm not certain. I didn't flag any specific fiscal impact on this as far as an increase in cost.
I think it would be a benefit because they can go to that higher content without the added requirements. So it would, if we're counting on the lower cost, this may lower the cost of some of those occupancies.
Yeah, that's true. Eric, go ahead.
Hey, Tony, wow, revision history indicates none, no cost in the uptick to 20% from 16% because FM did some new testing and because they used to think anything over 16% was a little higher hazard because of alcohol content. And then when they did new testing, they determined that was too conservative. So that was the reason for the bump to 20. So, but it indicates no increase or decrease.
Okay, great. Thanks, Eric.
Thanks, everybody.
I think we could, yeah, just be per Adelie's comment. Yep. All right, and then we just go right there to 307.1.1. It's gonna be the next one, I think. And so this one has some new language regarding the occupancy exemptions. We have a new table associated with that. Eric, do you want to jump on and do you have anything to mention on this one?
Sure, yeah, no, nothing new here. It's just instead of a list, so there was multiple lists, some in chapter 50 of the IFC, and then chapter 3, and then here in the IBC, and then 414 as well. So this was just supposed to be just a helpful reorganization of the exemptions. So these are the things that that don't contribute to the MAQs and aren't going to get you to an H. So nothing really groundbreaking. It does all show purple, but I'm not aware of new exemptions that were added.
Just a new way to deliver the language, right? The new table.
Correct.
Any thoughts or comments on this one? Okay, we're going to recommend approving the model code here, and that's item 3-4 for those keeping score on your matrix. Moving on to 3-5, 30721. This is an Oregon amendment regarding fireworks. This is longstanding. And Eric, can you jump on here? I remember that this was alignment with some fire service stuff. Is that what you recall?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been around a long time, and it was to align with statutes related to fireworks and explosives for well, this one's just fireworks, I think. Yeah, just fireworks. But yeah, yep, you're correct. It just no change here. Something we should probably, or we do need to retain.
Great. Any thoughts on that one? We're cruising along. We're going to retain that existing Oregon amendment, no fiscal. That moves us to 3082. Institutional group I1 conditions 1 and 2. We just had a specific related question on this from a municipality that we worked through yesterday. And so giving the background on this, as you may recall, this was part of the SR appendix removal. When we removed the SR appendix, instead of keeping the example of the uses under each condition or under the group up front, in the charging language of group I1, and it's also the same on R4. These were listed underneath each condition, whereas the model keeps it listed under the I1 charging language. And this is because of the alignment with licensure standards here in the state. So we have, you'll note condition 2 in both I1 and R4 have the parameter that it's subject to licensure by DHS OHA. And that's the intent, kind of the background on this amendment. Any thoughts, any comments, any questions?
I don't think this is the section I was thinking of, but we recently had something with the residential training homes, which I think are R4 and R3. Does the word residential training home happen in one of those sections somewhere so that we can place them?
I don't believe so. That's a good comment. I don't believe it does. So yeah, if you had a residential training home, potentially that was over 5. So it fell into that 6 to 16, then you're right. You'd jump into that R4 condition 2.
Okay.
So that's a good one.
That's my request, is that we put that licensed type
Just
wherever
residential
it
training
belongs.
home. Okay.
Residential training home, because the residential treatment home, which is, we were getting tripped up because, RTH.
Yeah.
But I believe residential treatment home is in here, but residential training home is not. So I would just request that we place that in its appropriate.
Yeah, great.
Fancy classification.
Yeah, that's a great one. That wouldn't be for the I1s, but definitely we'll flag that when we get to the R4s. We'll be there in 2 more matrix items. So that's good add. So for this one, I think we'll I think we'll keep it, unless there's any other feedback on the I1 conditions 1 and 2. And then we have that 30824, so we'll retain that existing amendment, no fiscal peer. 30824, 5 or fewer persons receiving custodial care. Again, this one is intended to align with the allowance for having these facilities in a dwelling. And I believe let's see, located in the dwelling. It could potentially be, this is that generic one. So the model code has this in various spots. And this is that generic one where it ties it to the definition of custodial care. So it could potentially be, I think it could potentially be a training home. Or it even could be like an AFH too, right? Because it would still fall within that 5 or fewer. But we have specific subsections within the R's within under 310 for licensed facilities. So we address childcare licensed within a dwelling, and then we also address the AFHs within a dwelling. So we might need to add residential training homes there as well to align with the scoping language.
We have it in a text box right now,
Okay, in the text box?
in the R
Okay.
section, yeah.
So for this one, this wouldn't be considering, yeah, wouldn't include childcare because it's tying it to that custodial care definition. So it could be just generically AFH or residential training home, any facility with 5 or fewer that were receiving custodial care. I think we would need to flag this, Laura, for either putting the text box here as well, because it requires that sprinkler system, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we have the legislature determined that we can't require a sprinkler system until July 1 of 26.
I also was wondering if we should put, does that require the detached 1 and 2 family dwellings in town?
It's almost like we don't even need this one. You know what I mean? Because it's already addressed elsewhere. It seems like this one is confusing because.
I was wondering if we could just like point it to the other spot and put all of our detail in that other spot, in the R3 spot.
So like this is
Like go look
it
at
shall be an
that other
R3.
code section kind of a thing.
Yeah, like please see section 5 or fewer
Okay.
persons receiving custodial care. See section R310 or 310.
Shall be in accordance with.
Yeah, it shall be in accordance with section 310.
10 or. We need to say located with the, yeah. Specified at that and shall comply.
With section, yep, I think that's it. I think that's good. And then it'll get us right over there, so there's no inconsistency of the application.
And then just delete the rest.
Yep. Good. I think that's a good change there. Any feedback on that one?
It does seem like. Do we need to say the detached dwelling or that piece? Because I'm imagining that dwelling could be an apartment building the way it's currently written.
That's true. It could be within anything that met the dwelling, right?
So, yeah, I don't know.
I don't think it would hurt to add it. Located within a detached 1 or 2 family dwelling comma, or townhouse?
So I'm just trying to think. So let's imagine we had an apartment building. Most of everybody's living there long-term. They just have regular apartments, but one person wants to use their apartment for custodial care for folks.
Uh-huh.
Is that going to be an R2, an R3, or an I something? Like, what is that other dwelling unit?
I think it would maintain the R2 allowance, and then it would just be licensed. It would be updated as being like a licensed facility unit, right? Because it wouldn't be it would just be a dwelling unit. It wouldn't meet the definition of a dwelling. So yeah, I think it would maintain the R2. Eric, do you have anything to add to that? I remember us discussing this one where the licensure may allow it to be located within an apartment, but there was less concern because it's already going to have sprinklers and some safeguards there.
Right, yeah, that's my recollection too. We dug into this a little bit because of I was kind of waiting to see the direction of the conversation before I piped in. And then somebody, I didn't catch who that was, but picked up on the apartment possibility. But I think we had a conversation with ICC on it too, to see, you know, what's the intent, you know, of dwelling, and they agreed that, yeah, it could be an apartment in an R2.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think does that work, Jody, or do you have anything there?
I think I need to think about it a little bit, maybe.
Okay.
I'll look at it but because I'm also imagining the other place that we're seeing this, and I know this is not this particular one, but is with the childcare. And so somebody wants to use their apartment for childcare. And what do we do with that, and how, like, just kind of thinking of all of these smaller things that we're imagining that are in homes that are now in more building types, and how that works for building code application.
Yeah, it's a good note. I'm not sure on the licensure side if certified and registered family childcare homes are permitted in apartments. Are they?
I don't think they are. I think they're single family specifically in the rule, aren't they?
In my conversations with that work group, they made it sound like if it's not something that's allowable now, it's something they really want to allow for equity reasons.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't know, but I just think we need to be thinking about what we would think regardless of what's allowed, maybe.
Yeah, sure. I think it did come up in the work group, and I recall that it was that rule reference of single family dwelling. And then I think there was some talk about aligning terms between, you know, land use, what's allowed there, what a single family dwelling is there. Does that mean a detached one family dwelling for us, and kind of, you know, aligning the terms. So it's a good note, regardless. So yeah, I think on this one, I think, should we include that language that Laura has highlighted?
I like the way that it's written right now. Maybe we can revisit next week or whenever our next meeting is, and confirm when we've had a minute to think it through.
Yeah, absolutely. We can always revisit. Okay, so we're going to keep that there. We have a little bit of an adjustment to an existing Oregon amendment, Pierre. There's no fiscal impact associated with that. It's just clarification in 30824.
Thanks, Tony.
All right, so that brings us to 310.3. So there's going to be more discussion, I think, about, oh, this is the alignment from statute first. We'll cover that real quickly. In 310.3, yeah. So that last paragraph that you see there, we also have some additions on the model code noted that are just, they're not really significant, just clarifications, but we have the additional paragraph from statute. So this language basically just expands on the statutory language. And then you'll see the purple language, the new additions to the R2 group: emergency services, living quarters, and non-transient hotels and motels with more than 5 guest rooms. They finally aligned with the clarification that we have in statute ORS 4, 47210 for public accommodations, places of lodging, and as well as the scope of the res code, the lodging house, which is renting 5 or fewer guest rooms. Eric.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just wanted to point out that because it's not a cost issue, but it is a significant, improvement. The emergency services living quarters finally in both R2, and you'll notice it little bit down below there on R3s as well. So that's always been a big debate, all the way back to the days when fire stations were all Bs regardless of living quarters. And then it comes up quite often about, is it R1, is it R2, and what do you do with it? And so now the model code has, even got it down to a small station with, less than 5 could be an R3. So that's a good long overdue fix. I just wanted to point out.
Yeah, that's good. Good hit there. And I think we'll have to update our interp to reflect or R3 because we have a long-standing interp on that as well.
Correct.
All right. Any other thoughts on this existing organ amendment and the new model adds? All right, we're moving on. No fiscal there, Pierre. That's just some clarification there and an existing organ amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, here we have the series. Jody, this is it right here. So we're looking first at the 310.4.1 language. You'll note that we did propose to change the charging title because it was confusing previously. So we aligned that one with the pointer back to 420.12. So just the word change in the title to child. Again, pointing back to the 420.12. And this is the one that allows these facilities to basically just meet the construction standards of the Resi code. As long as they consider accessibility for existing facilities, it's typically nothing because if it's just a change of occupancy or use, there's no additional accessibility provisions invoked. And then we also note the section in 1103 for if it was new construction, they would have to make the area of the public accommodation, the childcare business, accessible. And then we point back again to that scoping language. Could we add the comma behind dwelling? And could we do it in the one above there in 310.4.1? Is it already? Oh. Well, that's the interesting, it kind of goes back to Jody's question and comment, because yes, for the purposes of pointing back to the residential code, yes, it should say detached because it would only be within the residential scope. Now, if there's different language that we need for other facilities located within something that's not a detached 1 or 2 family dwelling or, townhouse, then I think that's kind of what we were talking about or considering.
Yeah. But I mean, maybe connecting with the licensing folks to see what is, because especially with this 310.42, it's specific about licensing care. So where they allow it is key to, because I don't want to start calling something an R3 when it used to be an R2.
Yeah. Yeah, and we'd have to bifurcate it from that pointer to the Resi code, right? Because then
that's
we'd have to say like 2 paragraphs or something. Okay.
So 4.1 is the 5 or fewer. So that's the one where they don't even have to get licensed, right? Is that the gist? And they don't need sprinklers and they don't have any conditions. They're just 5 or fewer.
I believe that but you could have a registered that had fewer than 5, I believe.
Oh, okay.
maybe they just only have 4 that they provide care for or something, you know what I mean? But then there are some that are exempt as well. So there's a series of them in their rules and statute. Maybe we can note this one, we can dig into it, we can just table it and come back to it.
I think it's a pretty key set of code sections, and I think that we, are making it up. And I think we've done a good job, but I do think connecting with some of the licensing folks about making sure that we're aligned with what they allow and that we're anticipating the types of places these licensed cares, the registered and certifies, are going to end up in would be prudent.
Great. So 310.4.1 and 310.4.2, we're going to table. Jody, are you going to be doing the homework on that one? Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to table 310.4.1 and 4.2. We're going to dig in a little bit more. I also have a couple of contacts from the work group, so I can send those to you. And Eric, I think you could dig in also a little bit. I think we went through it before together. Maybe you could look at the rules.
Yeah. You were right. The register does allow less than 5. I mean, it doesn't have a bottom end. I think it's less than 10, but it doesn't. I'm not aware of an exemption for under 5 that you can do what you want. I mean, outside of family, as long as you're doing it for other folks. That's my understanding and recollection. But yeah, we'll dig in, and verify this on our side too.
Yeah, and maybe on the doing it in an apartment option, because we should probably have a blurb here that says doesn't point to the res code for one that's in an apartment, right? And we'd have a pointer that says, where located within an apartment house, then see the R2 provisions or something like that.
Yeah, we'll take a look again. I don't think we want to try to dive into all of it right now in the meeting, but because we have plenty of time to come back to it, but we can take a look again. But yeah, I'm getting brain fog right now, but I just do recall us having this same conversation. So I don't want to undo something we did. I just can't remember. So I'll try to dig through some of our old stuff too and make sure.
Cool.
And then we can put our heads together and get it right if it's not.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you. And then in 310.4.3, Jody had noted to add, we have adult foster homes as defined in 443.705. We should also include and residential training homes as defined in 443.400 in the charging language. Residential training homes as defined in 443.400. What do you think, Jody?
I was thinking about the title of it and if it could just say adult care within a dwelling, but I don't know enough
Sure.
about training homes to know if those are adult only.
They are, yeah, I think
Okay,
so.
so maybe just taking out the word foster in the title because that's captured right after.
Yeah. Little adjustment there, be more accurate. And then we included the res training home specifically in the provision, and then the text box, which is updated per the errata, I believe.
And I like the, licensed childcare within a dwelling, licensed adult care within a dwelling. I feel like we covered our age groups that way.
Perfect. And then in the text box, we do have to update, Laura. It looks like it's the old one. It's okay though. We just have to update the Senate bill, and then the date, July 1, 2026 is the sunset for per the 24 sessions. No, it was 24. No, no, not at all. Eric?
Yeah, just to add to the conversation, I was able to find that a conversation we had, and it was, I'm not sure if it's addresses this specifically, but we had reached out because there was a hole, and we had asked ICC. The example we gave them was an existing R2, and somebody wants to use one of the dwelling units for adult or child custodial care for 5 or fewer. And because it didn't fit it, at least our take was it didn't fit into an R2, possibly could be an I1 under 30824. It's a 24-hour basis, so it's not an I4, and then not a group 3 is there's more than 2 dwelling units. So that was the rub, is it can't be a R3 because it's, you know, more than 2 dwelling units. And the answer we got back was from Kim Parlberg and Jay Woodward was that it was fine to operate 5 or fewer in an R2. And I think their argument was that you can do medical care for 5 or fewer in an R3. So doing custodial care is less hazardous and still a small group. So
That's right. I'm remembering that now. Thanks.
Yeah, I just had pieces of it. They basically said R2 is appropriate classification where they're non-transient. So it's just a weird overlap, underlap, and then you throw the rules on top of it, and then the fact that there's some, you know, obviously there's some intended changes coming on the rule side. So I think we'll just keep working through it, and Jody is going to help do some background search on it too. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think particularly now on the other side of it is the registered or certified family childcare homes within an apartment house.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So if they had that, it wasn't 5 or fewer. If we had, you know, a greater
Right.
that, and then what would we defer? Would that still be an R2? I think that's where it would land.
Mm-hmm.
It would just be an R2 still.
Yeah, and it makes sense that, you know, there'll be a push, and it makes sense. I mean, like, why, from the licensing point of view, I mean, I know they're limiting right now in their own rules, but I think sounds like that's a possibility that's going to change. So yeah, we should definitely, it'll be interesting to see if we can get there in a way that makes sense absent the licensing change, because it hasn't happened yet. And so, you know what I'm saying? Like, we get out ahead of something to try to predict what they might do on the licensing side, but then if it doesn't happen, that we don't monkey something up. So we'll just work through it.
Yeah, or get interp from them, because it isn't the language in their rule single family dwelling.
Yeah. Yeah, it is now, but I think that's what Jody was saying, that there was some discussion. I think I'm not putting words in your mouth there, that they kind of want to expand that to more than just single family.
Well, so there was some discussion in the 27 work group that what does single family dwelling mean? Because to us, when we say single family dwelling, that doesn't necessarily mean detached. But I think we think of it as, what's a single family dwelling? That's a detached one family dwelling. And so I think there's some consideration about, well, what do they mean by saying single family dwelling? Could that be an apartment house, which is also a single family dwelling unit? It's not a dwelling per definition, but it's and, you know, aligning those terms, I think. So more, we'll come back to those ones still. I think that's good stuff. And then on 310.4.3, we're good with that.
I like it.
Yeah. Any other feedback on that one? All right. We're retaining that with some adjustments. Retaining the existing organ amendment, no fiscal on 310.4.3. Now we're going to our R4s, conditions 1 and 2. And similar to how we covered it for the I1s, again, we have that licensure tie for condition 2. And we list the examples under the conditions, and Jody had an addition for this one. I believe it was under condition 2 to add residential training homes. Because again, this is qualified by the 6 or 16 above. Is that right, Jody?
My understanding is a training home is adult foster care without those folks. I'm not confident on what the actual licensing does. So wherever it belongs, so if it is in here, I do believe it's in here in one of these two, right? I think condition 2.
Right.
When they get over a certain number, the residential training homes are in an R4.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
If it's over, I think if it's over that 5, which is allowed under the pointer back to the res code, then it would be, and it would still be licensed. So it'd still be under the condition 2, and we can confirm that as well. And add that.
is that a group home? Is that
Yeah,
kind of the
that was
idea?
the term, but I think
Okay.
again, it's kind of mixing and matching their terms from statute and rule with our terms, and so it's
Okay.
kind of, yeah.
So, and all of Oregon follows the same licensing types, right? Okay, then definitely if Oregon building code can match the Oregon license types. Everybody out.
Good. Okay, so we're gonna add residential training home there, and then it's qualified by the charging language, which specifies the type of care, the occupancy, number of occupants being provided care. So then that works, and
It
then
might be, and
come
this
back
is,
to-
it might be something to check. It might be called a facility. I don't know. Or does it change from home to facility when it gets over a certain number?
It could, yeah, it might be a residential training facility.
I can check on that.
Okay,
I got so many friends in the licensing right this minute.
okay, so we'll flag it. We'll add some language there for placeholder. And then we'll come back to that one. So we'll table that one along with the childcare ones up above. And that moves us to item 3-9 for those keeping score on your matrix. Accessory storage spaces, existing amendment allows a space used for storage accessory to another occupancy to be classified as part of that occupancy as a permissible statement. This was an OBOA proposal, last iteration. Questions on that one? Thoughts? Concerns?
You're saying that that's an Oregon amendment? It's not just straight code?
Well, it wasn't in the 22 OCC, but maybe they caught up in the 24.
Yeah, it's showing up in the 2024 base code.
In 311.3.
Oh, no.
It's
311.
311.11 in the 24 IBC.
Okay. Maybe that was the basis of the amendment originally, was that was coming in the model.
Yeah, so I think it's just base code now.
Okay, great. I think it's just, it sounds like it's just base model code, so the amendment goes away. Here says shall? The 24 IBC? Wow.
So the difference is shall versus may.
Yeah, the adjustment is the may.
Okay, I like that. Sorry, I wasn't capturing the
Okay.
nuance.
Yeah, no, that's all right. So it is. So we're keeping it. We're existing Oregon amendment, permissible allowance. Any other thoughts or concerns on it? Okay, we're retaining that one. We are moving on. What do we have next? Group S2? That is the same as what we saw in the F2s. So again, the model change from 16 to 20% alcohol, and then the existing organ amendment, long-standing, that has to do with the, I think it also has to do with the winery statute. Any thoughts, input, questions? We're moving on. We're going to, no fiscal on that here. That's just an adjustment.
Thanks.
Yep. We have 311.4, long-standing organ amendment for mausoleums and columbariums. Our group S3 that often gets forgotten. We're retaining that amendment, no change. Any thoughts, concerns, questions? We're rolling on. We're retaining that amendment. Is that the end of 3? Look at that. How are we doing? About 10:30. Does anybody need a break? No? Anybody online need a break or anything? Or we're going to go right into chapter 5. Right. Here we go. We're going into chapter 5. Item 5-1, 50314. This is a series of model changes where they changed the term from occupied roof to occupiable. They did that throughout. And then you also see exception 2 on 503.141. That is aligning with the model code definition of high rise. They finally chose a position on that. So they had put out a number of building safety journal articles, some deep dives that were actually in contrast to this determination that they made about the definition of high rise. But you'll see that ties into that. So now they have solidified that if you have an occupiable roof and that roof is located more than 75 feet above the lowest level of required fire department vehicle access, that it is indeed a high rise. Really kind of only impacts just a limited municipality. Are you aware of that? I assume, Jody, and then any thoughts on that?
No, we're actually very happy about that because it aligns with how we've been interpreting it for years. And so we're happy to not get the pushback.
Okay, any other thoughts on this? We have a series, again, kind of a series of model changes here, adjustments. Okay, we're going to retain those. Any fiscal on that, do we think? It's really kind of just finally a clarification. Jeremy just let me know that the national change said no change in the cost of construction. So we'll go with that, Pierre.
Thank you.
Yep. We're up next. We have 508.1. So here we have a couple of existing organ amendments. We had adjusted the language in the 2022 OSSC to be clearer and to align more closely with incidental uses that we have in 509. And so what we see here is just existing language. First, we're talking about live work units. And then we tie into the long-standing winery exemptions there. Any questions, comments, concerns? We're proposing to retain this language. And the adjustments last iteration came in that last little sentence or paragraph about incidental uses. There was some older language in that. Okay, we're retaining that organ amendment, no fiscal impact. We have 5085 in live work units. The nice thing is that I think this removed, this removed one of our existing organ amendments, didn't it? Maybe not.
Yeah,
The sprinkler one, right?
yeah.
On the 13D allowance. Okay, let's see here. Residential code, no reason. Or maybe that's in chapter 9.
Oh, that might be 9. Yeah, as soon as you said it. Now I'm looking at it. I don't think so.
Yeah, so just some adjustments here and clarifications in live work units. You see the new model language in purple. If we're located in a building constructed in accordance with this code, the residential and non-residential portions shall comply with the section. And then for one that is constructed in accordance with the Resi code as allowed by the residential scope in the ORSC, then it provides clarification on what you have to comply with, and points it in a little bit different direction. And then we have that existing exception, just providing clarification that if you had an office, it's basically mimicking the exception above, except for it's talking about the residential code scope. Again, existing amendments. So if you had the live work unit located in a detached 1 or 2 family dwelling or townhouse, and you had an office that is less than 10% of the dwelling unit, then it just points you back to the residential code. So you don't have to, there's no additional compliance for that. Any thoughts here? Concerns? I think I think there's a little bit additional language further in 5085. Oh, that's what I'm remembering there. Yes, thank you. Yeah, and here's where we got rid of our organ amendment. So you see the clarification here. This comes from the last language that we just looked at. Now we're looking at that 5.7 subsection regarding fire protection. And then you see the language in the last sentence there. It's just clarifying that, again, you get to use a 313 system, a 13D system, when you're located within a building governed by the residential code. And then I believe everything else is just clarification. It's just more kind of streamlined pointers to the applicable sections in chapter 9. Any thoughts, concerns about this? We're proposing to adopt the model code just with some slight adjustments, and then we're also deleting an existing organ amendment titled detached dwellings or townhouses. Yeah, it just carry it, basically then model code caught up with it, and so we just changed the reference there. And then the last reference in that little chunk of language that says shall comply with the International Residential Codes section 310. We haven't caught up to the 24 iteration of the IRC. And the IRC moved smokes and carbons from R314.15 to 310, which is currently EROs. And so we're just striking that and saying with chapter 3. Because that won't occur until it'll be proposed for the 26 iteration of the Resi. Any other thoughts on this one? Live work units? Just clarification and coordination requirements or yep, just clarification and coordination of the requirements. There's no changes as far as the application goes. So proposing to align more closely with the model. Okay, seeing none, I think we're gonna move on. No fiscal on that up here. That's just coordination.
Thank you.
Yep. And that covered 5.3 and 5.4. So we had 5.3 and then 5.4 was the specific fire protection. That just clarified the fire protection requirements, and then that pointer back to the Resi code. And then now we're in 5.10.2. And this is a clarification regarding podium construction and the separation there when it has vertical offsets. Just clarifying that vertical offsets must also meet the provisions and be constructed as barriers. See some head nods. We're proposing to adopt the model here. Okay, that looks good. I don't believe that has a fiscal. Is just clarifying. And that moves us through chapter 5. We're just flying. Now we're on to chapter 6. The matrix only has one item, and it is item 6-1 to the table, and it just has to do with those footnotes. The footnote, I think footnote A was I remember that being, I think that was in conjunction with City of Portland and the fire service. I think there were some specific additions there. And then the additional language there regarding two-way slabs, that was work in conjunction with SEAO, the City of Portland, to get that language right. We're just proposing to retain those existing Oregon amendments in the footnotes. Any thoughts, comments, questions? I think there was just one adjustment. It changed it to occupiable roof, didn't it? Yeah, right there. Or it has it noted in dotted underline format. No other change there. Okay. So we're moving. Do we have anything else in chapter 6 at all that changed, Laura, that we can just hit stop on? Oh, so throughout, yeah, that's good. So throughout, we had made the consistent change in the 2022 OSSC. The committee and board recommended putting the term required in front of fire department vehicle access in all locations, because that is to be determined by the fire service, the fire official, of where they need to have access per their operational response. So it's not just above the lowest level of fire department vehicle access. It would be required fire department vehicle access as determined by the fire official. So we've made that change, basically aligned it elsewhere in the code. And then these look just like minor clarifying adjustments in the model. We can stop at any of them if you'd like. that's a clarifying adjustment pointing to the except where you meet the leading provision above. These appear to just be a minor alignment. Some term adjustment, fire resistive, piping and plumbing fixtures and plumbing fixtures shall be permitted where installed in accordance with the mechanical and plumbing code. Just some minor additions on the model. Great. Is there anything we want to revisit there? Saw anything of? You also have access again to these chapters online. Hopefully, those of you that are attending remotely are able to access them kind of as we go through them. And if anything comes up between now and the next meeting, we're always welcome to just add it, revisit, come back to it, whatever, at the pleasure of the committee. So with that, I think we're done with chapter 6. We have no fiscal impacts associated with it.
Thank you.
And we're moving to chapter 7. The first item is 7-1, and it is protection of the primary structural frame. This is a new model code restructuring. You can pause there. There's a lot of language. No technical changes here, just a restructuring. Isn't that right, Jeremy? You remember this one? Go ahead, Adelie.
So I don't know if people are aware, since on the 24 IBC, if you have the premium, because I'm following the model code stuff as well with my premium online subscription, like under this section, you can click and get the code change details as well as watch the hearing video. So if anybody on the committee comes across some of these restructuring and they have premium access and wanted to know how it was changed at the model code level, that's something that's been newly added to that premium subscription. And so if you have the online premium subscription, you could hop on later if you wanted to view that hearing and the testimony on it.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks for noting that. We also have the revisions history document, which is also great. But the online, just being able to click right next to it. I think it's a margin QR code or something, and then you can just go right to it.
Yeah, this one, Tony, you're correct. It's just editorial. There's no cost increase or anything, and it's nothing new here. Although it looks like a lot of language, but it's all editorial.
Great, thanks for that. Any thoughts or concerns? We're just aligning with the model here. Good. Okay. We're adopting the model. No fiscal, as Eric noted. Just a reorg, some clarification. Next, we have 7056. We have a new section regarding continuity of the exterior walls. Then the pointer to parapets there.
This one is noted as a cost savings on the proposal from the code change at the national level.
Does it say,
Sorry, I'm just always looking for cost savings.
Yeah,
does it say why, like, why it's a,
It does. Let me pull it back up. It says the net effect of the public comment would decrease the cost of construction. It's clarity with the clarification on how exterior wall continuity is to be provided. It may decrease the cost of construction.
not very.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm wondering, one of the pieces I was hoping that this would address is like fire barriers, how they have to go through spaces, and this doesn't really speak to that. I'm wondering if this is trying to say you don't have to do that, or you.
Right, because it's only requiring you to take it to the underside of the deck. Right?
It does say floor sheathing.
Yeah. Or roof sheathing, yeah.
I just don't understand how that's a decrease or neutral. But maybe I'll, if I can find.
I was just reading it off of what was submitted for the code change.
Any other thoughts? Okay, we're aligning with the model there, keeping the model language with noted a potential decrease with an asterisk for Jody there. 7057, we have the language there in this first subsection, 7057.1, new subsection regarding type 3 construction where a floor assembly supports gravity loads from an exterior wall.
Tony, just going back to the last one, I listed potential decrease / cost savings, just with an asterisk.
Great.
And Tony, on that one, it's a could. You could, I don't think there was anything. So this was introduced in the previous cycle and didn't make it through, and then it was beat up a little bit in this cycle. But the original proponent said that it could reduce confusion and actually said eliminate people making things up, which is something we love. So, but it said it could reduce the cost of construction because it clarifies that the wall continuity, the exterior wall continuity, where where it's broken up and kind of part and parcel with this next one we're going to talk to, in how platform comes. So I don't know that
it says may. That's what I was looking at. Eric, was it may reduce the cost?
Yeah. I don't think there's anything quantifiable. To Jody's point, I don't see anything quantifiable that says it's going to.
Right. I'll make that note, and when we go into the actual rulemaking process, that's how we'll explain it, Eric. We'll explain, there's a potential, but there's no hard cost we can actually identify on what it would save. Thank you.
That's a good note. I'm assuming it's based on, the termination being at the underside of the deck. Maybe there was some misinterpretation of that previously. Okay, here we are. Gravity loads. Whenever gravity loads comes up, I like to turn it over to Jeremy. Any thoughts, concerns about this language? We can also bring up the revision, the history. We have access to that if you want to learn more about it.
Pierre, that's what that language right there under cost impact is a good way of describing.
Oh, that's great. That's great, Laura. Thank you.
Yeah, and this one just says it's a clarification, right? Reorg. Yep.
Yeah, for Pierre there, like Laura, that was helpful. Just that last one. That last part of that sentence though probably wouldn't include for Oregon. I mean, just because we shouldn't have different interpretations. The first part I think would on the cost statement that you just had up, Laura. I don't know if you still have that, but no. The part
Oh,
that
yeah.
says it may decrease costs in some jurisdictions depending upon interpretations and applications. I don't,
Mhm.
that's not really applicable with a statewide code. There shouldn't be different interpretations. There may be different
Right.
applications of how it's applied, but I just want to be
Right.
careful how I think the
Right,
first
right.
sentence is good, clarifies, and it may decrease costs, but anyway, just want to point that out because that's obviously that's a national.
Yep.
All right, anything else on this one? 70571. Okay, where you are.
Apologies for my cat in the background if you guys can hear it.
So we're aligning with the model on that. And then we're moving on to matrix item 7-4 for those keeping score at home. And that is vertical exposure, existing Oregon amendment. Laura is not double tasking. All right, so a lot of background on this language. We worked with Barry Whitehill, I believe. I think Jody was involved, just kind of clarifying the language. Long-standing language for vertical exposure for buildings on separate lots. Obviously, there's where we have increased density. This is an important long-standing Oregon amendment. There was some discussion about removing it, and at the time, the committee was in favor of keeping it. We just wanted to clarify the language, so it's been clarified for a couple of cycles now, at least since the 22. I believe it was the 19. So existing language, no change. Any concerns about that?
We're in favor of keeping it because of all the reasons it was put in there originally, and for continuity of the code application.
Great. Okay, we are retaining that existing language. No fiscal impact. And we are moving on to the existing deletion in 70611 for party walls. There is an exception there. This one's come up quite a few times. We've answered it. This was an OBOA deletion. And it has to do with some things that we'd have to delete anyways, but about dedicated easements and contractual agreements and all of that. But there still is kind of a pathway to do this potentially on an alternate method basis, but you'd have to involve local land use on the easement side, since there's no authority to require an easement under application of the state building code. So it would just be a little bit more complicated than that. So if this comes up in your municipality and you'd like any type of support, we've provided some support to a number of folks just about this deletion, kind of the history of why it's deleted, and then as well as how you could move forward locally on some similar site-specific approval. We are proposing to retain the deletion here. Okay, no fiscal, retaining that Oregon Amendment deletion, and then we have new IBC section with language from another section regarding firewalls and the double firewall allowance. Doesn't even say double firewalls anymore. It just says you can comply with 221. Just another path to go to that for any firewall compliance. Any concerns with that?
Making sure that 102 still works for us since we switch up the chapter 1 language so much.
Yeah, great note. Yep, and we'll do correlating. We try to catch all of them, but yeah, it's a good note. They have added a lot to alternate methods in chapter 1, quite a significant amount of information. So we're also reviewing that as well. Good note there for correlating. No fiscal impact here, just a design option to use double firewalls or high challenge firewalls or whatever option from 221. Okay, moving on to 7065, existing Oregon amendment. We add to exception 3. This is one that has come up with ICC. We added it in the 2022 OSSC based on feedback from senior staff at ICC. And this has to do with the extension of the exterior sheathing at the firewall termination, or at the conjunction there with the firewall to that exterior sheathing, which it allows you to terminate the firewall on that interior side of the non-combustible sheathing. And then it was like, well, for how much of that exterior sheathing has to be non-combustible, for how far. And so we engaged ICC on that, and this was the clarification added in the 2022 OSSC, that it must at least be the full width of the finished firewall, so that the full firewall is getting that the benefit of terminating at the interior side of the non-combustible sheathing. Just clarification, existing amendment. Any concerns, thoughts, questions? All right, we're retaining that, and no fiscal there, just an existing amendment. All right, we're moving on. We're on 7-8 for those keeping score. And we're looking at new exceptions to the 25% length limitation for fire barrier openings in 7076. Couple of new exceptions there, three of them. We have an Mind bringing up the revision on this one, Laura? Is it? Yeah, it's FS 4021, 4121, and 4221. Yeah. It looks like they were from Steve Thomas. It's just a pointer there, the first part up in the charging language. Oh, you're good. This is good. There's the first edition of the exception, item 6. It looks like it is. Oh, it's because it's addressed by A1 or A17.1, which is our elevator code here in Oregon. Interesting. Does it say anything about the cost on this one? I assume not. Maybe a decrease, potentially? No. Okay, just clarification. And then, yeah, FS 4221. That should be the other two. Yeah. They're adding, so they basically took the one from FS 4121 and then added it. Yeah, this one's dealing with shaft and chute. Oh, that's interesting. Believe that this requirement is typically not enforced. This proposal would not change the cost of construction. Yeah. Any concerns, questions? We're proposing to just align with the model here. Seeing none, I think we are good to go there. That's item 7-8. And it looks like there's no fiscal impact there here.
Thank you.
7-9. This is 70841 and 71041. I think that's probably just the model reference. Or did they just repeat it? Yeah, right there. Great. So the same in two sections. It's a new section regarding fire partition walls used to enclose elevator lobbies and smoke partition walls used to enclose elevator lobbies.
They have an explanatory statement for 70841.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's see what they've got there. Seems like those are all chapter 30.
Might be all part of the same thing because it does talk about 3006.3.
Yeah, it is. It's from the Action Committee.
Yeah, this one, there's nothing new on this one either, Tony. It's just a clarification where the different types of protection are required in lobbies.
Right.
And a little bit on continuity, but which they said was already implied anyway. It just wasn't clear. So it's not intended to change anything, just clarify.
Right. It's almost like the multiple use assembly kind of clarification, right? That's what I thought, where it was like meeting different parameters. The assembly was meeting different performance parameters. And it was from clarification. They just added for horizontal continuity for fire partitions and smoke partitions.
What's a horizontal continuity item, which is not a lot of horizontal continuity for fire partition,
No.
right? Like
right.
it's all about vertical continuity. And so now they're throwing in this other piece. It's about horizontal continuity.
Which would typically be like a horizontal assembly.
And that, right.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like it clarifies anything. I feel like it confuses the issue rather than clarifies it. This particular piece, and I don't know, maybe all the rest of their chapter 30 work is great, but I find this oddly placed and not very helpful. On the other hand, it's model code and we like to keep with model code.
Yeah. Well, and it was from the building code action committee, so seems like it would be, maybe it was a common question or.
I don't, Tony.
Yeah.
In career, I don't believe they're talking about horizontal, like floor ceiling. They're talking about like where it terminates left to right horizontally, like terminates at exterior wall, terminates at a fire barrier. We're not talking about the partition being like a horizontal partition.
Right, so it would be like a perpendicular. It would be like if you had a perpendicular barrier partition, you could then stop your partition that's enclosing the lobby.
Yeah, that's what they mean by horizontal, like where it's terminating, like you're looking at the wall going left to right instead of up and down, not like a partition laying flat, like a horizontal assembly.
I gotcha. I think that helps, but it seems, I don't know, it seems almost like this would already be the continuity requirement, right? You couldn't just stop a fire partition somewhere else.
Well, right. That's why in the explanation it said it was already implied.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's like kind of like almost like a, well, yeah, duh. It's supposed to do that, but didn't say that. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I got out of it. But
Why is it only for the elevator lobbies? Like, why isn't it all fire partitions? Here's where you need to.
Right. Here's the continuity of where you could terminate it.
It's a bad model change. What is the code change proposal number? I don't have the.
Is
183.21 G.
Okay, I don't know.
part 2.
I don't have a strong reason to take it out or depart from model code, but I just think that it is odd and particular to only a very small number of places that fire partition walls happen. So why is this special about lobbies and what are we supposed to do with all the other fire partition horizontal continuity stuff? So I actually feel like this introduces more confusion than it helps.
Yeah, noted. I think we can, for now, we can say that we can come back to it. 7841 and 71041. Okay, let's just flag it. We'll come back to it. Yep. Okay, that moves us to 7-10. Continuity, FS 49-21. New exception. So it's limited to the group by twos. Lay-in ceiling system shall be considered capable of limiting the transfer of smoke where the ceiling tiles weigh not less than 1 pound per square foot, where the HVAC system is fully ducted in accordance with 603 of the mechanical code. Proposing to adopt the model here. Any comments, questions, concerns?
A lot of times these I2 things are in order to align with the NFPA stuff. So
101, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm certainly fine with following the model code.
Okay. Any other comments or concerns? All right, I think we're going with the model code there, the model exception in 710.4. There's gonna be no fiscal potential savings, I imagine, but I would say no fiscal associated with it.
Thank you.
Now we're moving on to 711.24. We have an existing organ amendment, and this ties back to that footnote in 601. This is just a pointer to remind folks for concrete floor and roof two-way slabs to go back to those notes. So just a pointer, keeping the Oregon amendment, no fiscal. Assuming we're good to go on that one. We're moving on to 712.132. FS 5121, FS 5321. It just is reorganizing the automatic shutter language. Just reorg, no new technical provisions. Any comments, concerns? Okay, we're staying with the model code reorganization and no fiscal impact there. 713.4, FS 5521. This is a new exception for shafts having a reduced fire resistance rating in high rises. And then it points back to the high rise section.
Jody, on you guys do a lot more high rises, but I find interesting because you and I are both on the OBOA codes committee. This code section that we're amending also has a proposed code change going before the committee action hearings currently.
The 713.4,
Yep,
what's
it
the,
has a current code change proposal coming forward in the next code cycle.
is it something that we want to try to fit into this code cycle for?
It looks, I'm not sure. I just wanted to bring it to your attention because I know you deal a lot with high rises and where I deal with manufactured homes now. So, but I just wanted to bring that up in case it was something that would be important because it hasn't been adopted or anything, but it is is part of it currently.
Okay, I can look into that and let the committee know if it seems like it's useful or not.
Okay. I just don't want to miss something that may be useful if it's coming down the pipe.
That's good. So we'll note that on 7-13. We may revisit it. 713.4. We're keeping the pointer back to those reduced FRR shafts and high rises. Maybe more to come. 7-14, 714.3 sleeves. FS 60-21. Just a reminder to meet MIIs and listing criteria. This was already inferred. It's just now putting it in the language. Assuming we're good there with the model. Okay. No fiscal impact on that. It's just additional clarification on sleeves. Moving on, through penetrations, FS 6421. Added an exception here for through pens on horizontal assemblies. Penetrations of concrete floors or ramps within parking garages or structures constructed in accordance with sections 4065 and 4066, where the areas above and below the pens are parking areas. Okay. Any questions, concerns, comments? If not, we're gonna keep on rolling. Keeping the model there, no fiscal on that. We have another one on the fire stop systems, new language there. Essentially addressing a similar potential scenario where you had, oh, can we go back up? Yep. Oh, yep. Penetration is a single concrete floor. Just talking basically now about the stop system that you could use.
This one. Are any of these penetrations noted as increase or decrease?
I don't believe so, but we could switch over to the revision real quick and
I mean, my impression is that they are not. I mean, certainly the ones that I have seen don't seem like an increase, but I was just curious.
yeah, I believe they would probably just be no up or down, just basically another option. But could we check that real quick for the last one? It was FS 6421.
It shows a decrease.
Does it?
Yeah,
Because-
sure.
Proposal will allow unprotected penetrations in garages, which will reduce the cost of construction due to reduction in through penetration fire stop systems.
Okay. It's good to know. You got that one, Pierre?
Can you repeat that one more time? I was typing it.
Sure. Yeah, it's so we're on matrix item
Mhm.
715 and 716. They I think they're both going to be decrease.
Okay.
It's for a specific, very specific application.
I was just trying to read the thing that Laura was highlighting. Thank you.
Great. We're on to 715.21. New section regarding listed fire resistant joint systems, perimeter fire containment systems, and continuity of head of wall systems. Yeah, could we pull up that first one? 4421, FS 4421. And then 4521. So it says 44. Yeah, so they just have a pointer back in Boyd's and then yeah.
Are we on matrix number 717?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think they just broke it into, you can either be listed or you can be these approved materials, where it used to just have it all kind of mixed up in a paragraph.
Right, and now they just point to that one location. Yeah. Well, good. It seems like a good model change. No fiscal there. Moving on to 718, 715.22, approved materials installation. This was tied into it about protecting voids. Wasn't this the same thing? 15.22. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same reorganization, lumping it there together. Okay, keeping the model. And we're moving on for now we're on 719, exterior curtain wall, fire resistance rated floor intersections and floor assembly intersections. We just have added exceptions here. I think this all ties to that same series. Perimeter fire containment system shall not be required for voids in the following locations, clarifying that. Similar language, almost identical language there. Then we have an approved material or system to retard the interior spread of fire and hot gases shall not be required for voids in the following locations. Looking to keep the model there. Any thoughts, comments? Okay. I believe that this one, could you pull up the revision real quick, Laura, please? I think this will be a decrease. FS 7521. Oh. Yeah, great. So we have a noted decrease there for the limited application, the curtain wall.
Noted that. Thank you.
All right, that moves us on to, I think it was right there on the same page where we were in the chapter 715.6. And it has to do with the intersections of roof assembly, fire barrier, non-fire resistance rated roof assembly intersections. Providing clarification there. Seems to make sense with the model. And you have to address that if there's a void.
That just seems logical because I mean, it's supposed to be tight to the sheathing. So if it's not tight to the sheathing, make it tight to the sheathing. I mean, that's
something,
kind of
yeah.
the,
Yeah. Good. Got that model code language proving that. I don't believe that's going to have a fiscal there. It's just
I mean, in some ways, maybe it's like reducing costs because previously I think maybe somebody would have said you had to have that bed of wall system. I don't know, maybe Jaleski might know, versus just a quote approved material. So it might be a decrease. I don't know.
Yeah, I had seen instances where it has been asked so that it creates a consistent box both at the floors and at the walls. So I think it could be a decrease.
great. You can note that one as a potential decrease as well, 7-20.
Will do.
7-21, we have 716-2211, smoke and draft control. New exception there. And that's pointing to the new, it's basically just a pointer to what we'll cover in chapter 30. Some new language there about the hoistway door openings protection. No change there, or no fiscal there. 716-261 door closing. There's an exception regarding fire doors required solely for compliance with ICC 500. Again, I think that's limited application for ICC 500. I was just double checking it, but I thought it was storm shelters. Yes, storm shelters. Okay, so just a clarification on the model there, no fiscal. I think just clarifying that those could be a potential cost savings if it was enforced differently, but limited application to storm shelters. Last item in chapter 7 is 7-23. It is 717.24 and 717.241. And this basically just clarifies that you cannot have controls to be installed through dampers. I think that's good model clarification there.
I'm not sure how those would work with all the wires running through them before.
Right. Any other thoughts, comments on this? We're proposing to adopt the model as shown there.
You know, it seems obvious. I don't know. I know.
They must have had something weird happening in a part of the country to have that common sense have to be put in.
It
Yeah.
must have happened. Somebody must have done something.
That brings us to the end of chapter 7. So we have, next up, we have chapter 8, which is pretty short. We're working on about, we're getting pretty close, 11:30 or so. Getting pretty close to lunch. Chapter 8, interior finishes. We have item 8-1. This is FS 15521. Just clarification regarding interior wall and ceiling finish. Yep, see the language there again, just clarifying that. Same, had the same flame and smoke. Good model code clarification. No fiscal on that. 8063. This is an existing organ amendment where we delete kind of post occupancy requirements. So again, we wouldn't regulate decorative materials or vegetation, stuff that's added kind of post occupancy. That would fall under the potentially the fire official authority as they're going through. I believe it remains as an Oregon fire code kind of maintenance provision on the fire side. Just basically an authority deletion here that we'll be retaining. And 806, oh no, you're right, 8081, we have this Oregon amendment regarding T-bar. We added this last cycle. Jeremy from our team and SEAO did a bunch of coordination work for kind of just pointing to the appropriate sections. And then we also revamped the suspended ceiling interp. Jeremy also worked with the Northwest Ceiling Bureau, right? Did some good work there, Northwest Wall and Ceiling Bureau, to update their TD 401 document as well. So then everything's kind of jiving, everything's in alignment. Now we have the requirements in ASCE 7, the reference to the applicable ASTM standards, the allowance for prescriptive design, the pointer for engineered design, and we have an interp that summarizes all of it, and then the NWCB TD 401 then aligns on that side as well. I did have a question a couple of weeks ago about the CISCA standards. Those are no longer in place. Isn't that what we found? That they're no longer in place or updated. And so those are no longer referenced. So you have this spelled out path for suspended ceilings and some additional flexibility, and we'll be retaining this just pointer here as an Oregon amendment.
I think it's great. I think you should submit it for a national code change amendment.
Okay, we'll note that.
Well, it's just nice that it sends them directly to the section.
Yeah. Well, and our statewide code interp is nice because it just outlines that there is a prescriptive path using the ASTM standards. What is it, 584 636? Yeah. And so I think it's helpful, but yeah, it's good pointer, really helpful for those contractors doing a lot of T-bar work. With that, it brings us to the end of chapter 8. We still have a bit to go and we're getting close. We're jumping over chapter 9. You'll also notice we skipped 4. Those are big lifts, both of those. Chapter 9, we have a couple of breakouts within chapter 9 for the old ERC, emergency responder radio. It's now emergency responder communication coverage or enhancement systems, I believe. And then we'll also have a breakout for carbon monoxide requirements. That's not today, that'll be at a future meeting. And then in chapter 4, that's, as you all know, that's where the majority of the new construction provisions live from the International Fire Code. And Eric and Laura do a large amount of work coordinating all of that and trying to make it all referenceable and citable. So we have a good opportunity here, I think, for a break. If everybody's good with that, we're about 11:40. How long do folks want for a break? Any suggestions from the folks online?
For me, it doesn't matter. I'm an hour ahead of you guys anyways. In the twilight zone, remember, Tony?
Yeah, that's right. You're calling in from the future.
Yep. But
Yeah.
Jody, while we have a break, do you have that premium access? Just because we're on that other codes committee, having all those code changes and what's upcoming is a nice enhancement to the premium subscription.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The only thing I don't like is the online format. I just wish I'm just used to the old, PDFs, but
Oh, well, we used to get shipped the like 3-inch white books of code changes, and then you have to keep them in libraries and try to remember if there was a code change. So it's come a long way. That's nice.
Tony, I was gonna say, do you want to just give everyone like a clean 30 minutes for whatever? Get back at like 12:15-ish.
yeah, that sounds good. I think we have Pierre throws out a 30-minute lunch. Is that good for folks? We got thumbs up in the room.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, we'll be back. We'll be in recess. We'll join back up about 12:15 or so.
Awesome.
All right, welcome everybody back. Hope everybody had a good lunch. We got Jody and I received a helpful email during the break from Rose over with the folks that license the residential training homes and adult foster homes, which is really helpful. So we're going to revisit that in chapter 3 before we jump to chapter 11. So here in condition 2, it was clarified that it's a residential training facility. So you'll see that new language there, the third one up from the bottom of the page, in the dotted underlined format. So thanks again to Rose for sending that. We appreciate it. And we've got that language now added in. And then we'll still come back to revisit that portion next meeting or whenever we do regarding the application in apartments. So Jody's going to be working on that a little bit. And then I think we have that response from ICC that Eric referenced that we can pull up to from Kim Parlberg and Jay Woodward. So then now we're going to move into chapter 11, accessibility. And we are starting with the alternate method language in the right up front in the charging general design. We have, this is long-standing alternate method language. Again, it really just builds on the authority that you already have in chapter 1. And it just says that you can use anything that basically provides a substantially equivalent or greater accessibility. So, statute here in Oregon allows us to exceed the provisions of the ADA, which we do in many places. We're more restrictive. And then you're able to approve something that is, site specific, as long as you're achieving substantially equivalent or greater design. And then it also allows you to use the FHA amendments of 1988 as an alternate method. And again, this is just permissive existing language. There's nothing that mandates its application or anything like that. So proposing to retain that existing Oregon amendment. Any comments or questions? Okay, moving on, no fiscal on that one, Pierre. 110212. This is the section that identifies kind of all of the carve outs regarding application of the reference standard. A117.1. We're continuing on with the 2017 iteration of the standard. Just to note that that was something that we did under the 2022 OSSC. And at the time, Terry Whitehill did some checking and confirmed that Washington and California were in the process of adopting it as well. So we have regional consistency there. So we'll go through these very quickly. We just have carve outs regarding elevators, lulas, platform lifts. Obviously, those go to the elevator program here in Oregon. We have the long-standing door opening force provisions. Those align with the ADA and the FHA design manual for doors. We have the detectable warning deletion there. We have, again, here in Oregon, we have parking space specific provisions in statute, or as 447233. And then we also have within that statute that the accessible parking place standards for dimensional constraints, signage, any marking that falls under the authority of Oregon Transportation Commission in consultation with the Oregon Disabilities Commission. And so that's just a carve out there pointing to that standard. And one note here is that they have updated that standard recently. I believe it was a fall 23 update, which the prior edition was 2018, I want to say. So again, we would go to that for anything regarding the parking spaces themselves. Then we can move on to recreational facilities. Actually, I want to back up real quick, sorry. One of the things in the parking space language of the standard that we adopt is regarding the electrical vehicle charging stations when they're voluntarily installed. So you'll note there that we adopt certain portions of Chapter 5, Section 502, and then delete the remainder of them. So the ones that we adopt, 5025, 5026, 50210, and I believe it's 50211 specifically, it deals with those electrical vehicle charging stations, and that the operations and controls must meet the accessible design constraints, that they must be located on an accessible route, that there cannot be any obstructions. So it provides guidance on those when they are voluntarily installed. And then we have a proposed amendment later on in the chapter that we'll discuss a little bit more in relation to that. So staying with that, we continue on. We have the recreational facilities. Again, just clarifying application of the state building code. There was a real close look at all of these. Richard and I did a lot of this originally, and then we continued to refresh and make sure, realign kind of statutory authority with some of these recreational facilities. So you'll see the pointers to on affected building sites, et cetera. Trying to make that tie. Then in 1102.129 and 1210, those were made, if you recall, under the 2022 OSSC. They were proposals from Kara Goodwin at Anchor Moisen, and there was a bunch of back and forth talk to get that language clear, and it's just allowances, kind of modifications to type A and type B unit operable parts. And all it was the 25.5-inch max depth. I think it was that language that you see for type A units. I think that's all that we changed. I think it was does not exceed 18 inches accessible. I think it was number 4 that we revised. And then the rest just looks like an organ amendment because we basically reprinted it. So do we have anything beyond that, Laura, in 1102? No. Any questions, comments, concerns, any of those existing amendments? Great. Okay, so we're keeping those no fiscal on that. All right, we're on to 11-3. We have 1103.211. So this is public or model proposal E11421, added provisions addressing buildings of group R3 congregate living or boarding houses, basically transient. Group R3 has now been added, and it's been expanded to apply to that as well. Oh, that's right. Yep. Yeah, and this is a sweeping model kind of addition and clarification. They've also added that the public accommodation exception that we have for lodging houses, the 5 or fewer guest rooms throughout. So you'll see similar language here. Any comments, thoughts, questions?
So are they, and I haven't looked at the 1108 piece, but does that mean that they're saying that the accessibility requirements are applicable to R3s that are transient use?
They were saying so go back here for a sec. Yeah, just back where we were for 1 second. So this is saying in the language there, it's saying are not required to comply. So it says the buildings of group R3 congregate transient or boarding house transient containing not more than 5 sleeping units, rent or hire, that are also occupied as the residence. Remember, that's that whole, owner occupied piece. And then it's saying are not required to comply. So it's carving out, it's basically saying any type of place of lodging with 5 or fewer guest rooms that's owner occupied is out. And I think that aligns with the federal ADA exception for public accommodations, which is also included in our statute in 447.210. Any other thoughts on that one?
I think it's a good add because we have the transient use that is falling into R3 a lot more frequently. To have this clarification directly in the building code is, and not just in the federal public accommodation, is really helpful.
Good. Great. Thanks for that. Okay, I think we're good on that one. We're aligning with the model. Then we have an existing organ amendment here addressing private memberships, clubs, and churches. We do have maybe not in this location, but we do have we have a clarification on this that's via interp, that where we engaged a DOJ regarding what is considered a church. And so you can look for that on our webpage. We've had that there for a couple of years. And then this language also just aligns with statute. So it's again reminding us that we go further than the federal standard, where churches are fully exempt under the federal standard along with private membership clubs. We have parameters here in Oregon. We have for a long time, and so those that exceed that are required to be accessible. And then that associated interp just expands and says it's group A churches. That's the clarification, is that it must be a group A church. Okay, we're just retaining that organ amendment pointer. No fiscal there. We're going on to 11044. So we have the multi-story buildings and facilities. You'll see that again, that occupied versus occupiable roof change language throughout. And then we actually removed one of them, I believe. We haven't removed it yet. It's number 9. But it's essentially that because number 9 is covered by the charging exception. And again, these are they're longstanding exemptions, and because of statute and the language we have in 11045 regarding elevators, we exceed the federal ADA. And then what statute allows us to do is to have exceptions where we exceed the ADA, and that's what these are. They're very limited in their scope, very tightly scoped. And then the model item 1, I think we've aligned 1 through 4, and then we just have the amendments here. So nothing changing here other than deleting one of our existing amendments because it's covered by the application of item 1. Any thoughts, questions, concerns?
I don't have any with the organ amendments. It's just a continuation of what we've been doing, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And
makes this chapter easy.
And as Richard noted, it is consistent with the ADA because remember, ADA explains that any private building that's 2 stories is out. You don't even get to the thresholds that we have. So they're much more lenient on carving things out, and we have these long-standing amendments, and we're going to retain those. No fiscal there. 11045 is paired with 11044, and that's where we work backwards. So basically the language in 11045 says that we can have exceptions to the elevator requirements of ORS 447247. And it's that kind of work backwards to 11044. We only have one possible exception for Title II facilities, and that's exception 4. And that's that limited use space on an upper story that's no public access. And then 1104, or item 2 for Title III, we have all of the exceptions in 11044 that can be applied. And there's that item 4 that's only applicable to Title II structures. It's the only exemption that they get. Just retaining that, nothing new. Any questions, thoughts, comments? Okay, we're moving on there. We're going to retain those. No fiscal there. 110511, just a clarification, reorganization and a couple of new exceptions regarding power operated doors at public entrances. I had originally read this when I was reviewing these as being more restrictive because of item exception 1. But it's not. It's actually, I think I believe it said no fiscal or no increase, possible decrease or something like that. So the power operated door requirement came in last iteration under the 2022, and then now we're just expanding a little bit and adding some exceptions. It's just for major, it's basically for public entrances as indicated in that table. So you see that occupant load threshold, it's pretty large. It's for like assembly areas, and then they have options of complying. So they can either use like low power, they can use the push pad, basically something that sure. Yeah, it was just model language. It was just a reorg. So, and then they clarified the nice one is they clarified number 2, where it's interior, the route must be interior, you know, and that's the one that we've always it was in like paragraph sentence form before, and then now they've basically just said it's got to be these.
Okay, so there's no content change. It's just the way it's listed out as 3 options.
Yep.
Instead of a paragraph.
Paragraph kind of sentence.
And our exceptions are still the same. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and we could probably even just add that one that we covered it specifically on the matrix 11-6A or something, or B. Okay, so the power operated doors. This was, the model code said it was neither an increase or decrease, I believe. Either that or it was a cost savings. I remember Eric pointing it out to me because I had flagged it as being a possible increase. Nothing changing there on the table or the general charging provision. Any thoughts or questions on that one? I think it's just clarifying when you have multiple tenant spaces, if they have a separate, you know, public entrance, and then, you know, using the table and the ratio of actual occupant loads. Okay. We're keeping that, we're aligning with the model there too in 110511. Adding the new exceptions, no fiscal, no increase. I think it's possible to decrease. Maybe we can confirm that one later up here.
I'll make a note of possible decrease. Thank you, Tony.
Yep, thank you. Table 1106. Now we're rolling into 1106 and 1106 2 with the table. So we have nothing changing again. It's just the charging language. We have the statute box, and then we've adjusted this table to closely align with statute. And then the one thing I do want to point out is in the title, we have added on affected building sites. The thing that gets missed a lot here, and we've been training on that since I think, and since the 14 OSSC, just as a reminder for folks, is that this in statute only applies to affected buildings. And then if we have covered multifamily dwellings, we're applying the remainder of the 1106 subsections as applicable to group R2 apartments. So I always like to point that out. Folks try to apply this table to like a covered to apartments, and it doesn't apply. So just a reminder on that, that we've got to align with kind of the statutory charge. And so the only change here is just editorial in the table, which is also reflected in the statute box above, that this only applies in affected buildings. So right there it is. Oh, I think this only covers the maintenance of it. Yeah, because it's in, like, I believe it's in sub 1 of 447233. That it only applies to, again, affected buildings. And then Laura, if you can scroll down just a little bit, then we'll see just its model language, but the language we have in the remainder of 1106 right there for group R2. So if we had just covered multifamily dwellings, we're going to apply per the charging language. We're not going to apply the table and statute, which only applies to affected buildings. We're going to apply the 11063 standards, which also get into van accessible spaces, et cetera. Now, if they had a leasing office or an affected building on the site, then yeah, absolutely. That parking facility associated with that affected building on the covered multifamily dwelling site would be in accordance with the table. And then they've added here in 11063, just clarifying the greatest number of parking spaces of any of the following. Nothing really new. And then the van spaces, you'll see that we've clarified that and aligned it with statute. So you're getting a similar application and the reservation for wheelchair users only once you exceed that 5 or more spaces. New model section 11067-1 for parking located beneath a building. Now they broke this out as a separate thing under 11067 location. Instead, I think up above it has some language about it where it was beneath a building, that you would also have accessible spaces beneath the building, which again aligns with separate facilities being treated separately. You know, all of those things where you have multiple parking facilities on a single site, that we calculate our accessible spaces per facility. So new model language, just kind of clarifying something that is already applied. Any thoughts, questions on any of that in 1106? The 1106, what was it, 2 or 3?
It looks like they removed the I1 from the 11063, and with that got pushed into the other section and into the affected buildings people.
I don't know. Is there a deletion there, Laura, on I1s? From the charging? Like, did it say groups? Let me look. It is, we don't have a number for it. We could also just open up the current OSSC. Yeah, that's a good catch. It is. So ours, yeah, in the current code, it's groups I1, R1, R2, R3, R4.
Versus just the non-transient, well, R2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, and I wonder what that is. Well, and those would be affected buildings, even if they were treatment facilities, right? Because then they would be a social service establishment, which then meets the criteria for affected building.
Well, hey, Tony.
Yeah.
The reasoning says that it was moved because the I1 and R1 are provided elsewhere, the requirements. So they must plug them elsewhere.
It looks like they used to have exception to
Or maybe that was parking beneath the building. Well, no, that was that one.
I1. So they automatically got, like it was like they were in the scoping and then they got removed as the first exception to go somewhere else. I'm not sure. I just would say during our training stuff that it would probably be helpful to point out that that is moving. And then also the other piece I was thinking about is if we're going to be saying affected building sites I don't know, just to think that through in terms of some of these other uses that might end up being an affected building site.
Yeah, I think that's right, because even under current code, like you said, Jody, the exception or item 2 then points us back to basically treating it as an affected building, because then we're back into the table instead of using that. So, and I think that correlates with what Eric's saying, that it's basically they're handled elsewhere, then they would be handled under the affected building provisions in the charging language. Can we add a matrix item for that one? Just so that we capture the discussion, like 11-8A or B, or. Thank you. Good note. Any other thoughts or comments, questions? Okay. And no, I don't believe there's going to be a fiscal associated with this. I think it's just clarifying even the new one beneath the building. I think that's just what would have been required in practice under the intent. The next one is 1106.8. And again, this is language that gets us in alignment with those OTC standards that are promulgated elsewhere. So this just points, it clarifies that the spaces themselves shall comply with the surface criteria of the design standard, but then the dimensions, the spaces, the markings, the signs, the marking on the pavement, all of that has to comply with those OTC standards, just pointing to that, as well as the identification language. They have some great details in the updated standards about signage. So we just reference it there so there's no confusion. Existing organ amendment proposing to retain. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, we're going to move on here to the next item is the group I2. And this is longstanding language. Group I2 healthcare occupancies, at least one accessible entry shall be under shelter. Every such entry shall include a passenger loading zone, and then there's standards for the passenger loading zones as well. Any questions, comments, concerns about the I2? Seeing none, we'll keep that. Retaining an organ amendment, no fiscal. 1106.1. So here's the language I was talking about a little bit earlier that has to deal with Chapter 5, Section 502.11 of the design standard. And so in the past, so consistently we have said that when electrical vehicle charging stations are voluntarily installed, since nothing requires them currently, that they must be located on an accessible route, that the controls must meet 309 of the design standard, that they must be within reach ranges, that there can't be obstructions. And the question we've gotten back many times is how many of them? How many of them must comply? And so this language is from the national standard, it's from the I code. We're just reflecting it. So as we're saying where electrical vehicle charging stations are installed, so nothing requires them, but where they are installed, not less than 5% of the chargers on the site, but not fewer than one of each type shall be accessible. And that puts the number on it. And this aligns with unamended model 2024 IBC as far as the amount of them. And it also aligns with the US Access Board recommendations. The last sentence is intended to clarify that dedicated accessible parking spaces are not required for those EVCS when they are installed. And so that's also a question we've gotten a lot. And since our accessible parking provisions are guided by statute in ORS 447-233, and since there hasn't been any amendment to the federal standards, federal ADA standards regarding these EVCS and having dedicated accessible parking spaces. We're reserving the concept to wait until that's either addressed in the federal ADA, and then subsequently, I imagine there would have to be some changes to RS 447233. But right now it's all recommendations. So we've provided a lot of those answers out to local municipalities on this topic. It's come up several times. So right now, when folks voluntarily install vehicle charging stations, there is no application or requirement for them to provide accessible spaces in conjunction with those chargers. But there are design standards available for them if they choose to. And again, the US Access Board recommendations have a width very similar to what we have for van spaces, and then a small sign that goes near the charger as far as the availability for accessible parking. So again, this is just aligning with what we've been answering for a while, and then the number of accessible chargers, instead of saying all of them have to be on an accessible route and meet the controls and the reach ranges. This just aligns with what is being required under the national standards. Any thoughts, questions, comments about the language or anything else?
Just so we are explicitly adopting a less rigorous set of accessibility requirements around electrical vehicle charging stations than the model code?
No, so good question. So the percent of them, the five, not less than 5%, but not fewer than one of each type, that's model language on how many of them would have to be. And then on the dedicated accessible parking spaces, I believe the model code requires an accessible parking space for them. But again, we have governing statute for parking. So we have 447233 that has us basically in alignment with the federal ADA and then exceeding it a little bit. And so our answer, I believe through council, has been consistently for the last number of years, is that that we don't have a path to require accessible spaces at these chargers, but we do require the being on an accessible route, the controls being within reach ranges and, meeting the accessible use.
Okay, so we're requiring the same number, but whereas model code would require an actual van accessible parking spot with an access aisle, we're saying, no, you don't have to do that bit. You can just do it on a regular parking spot.
Right, we don't have a mandated requirement for the size or for an access aisle or anything like that, but they could do it voluntarily, but yes, that's the difference. And I can pull up the model language. Give me 1 second here. So they have a section 1107 in the model. Oh, she has it up. It's struck. But it says number of accessible vehicle spaces, not less than 5% of the vehicle spaces on the site served by electrical vehicle charging systems, but not fewer than one for each type of charging system shall be accessible. And then all it says is the space size, which is similar, but it doesn't tie it to any marking requirements or signage. So basically, it doesn't even go as far as the access board recommendations. It gets close there by saying you need a bigger spot with an access aisle. But again, there would be no like reserving it for a placard use or anything like that. At least the way I read it. So what we did out of that is we took the language for the chargers themselves, and then at least that will be, you know,
And then the other piece that we're changing a little bit, because we don't have the exceptions, is that we're applying this across the board regardless of where somebody might be providing electrical charging stations, even for R3 or R4, is if it's public and belongs under OSSC, it has to meet the accessibility of the route and controls.
yep, regardless. So wherever they voluntarily install them, it would be, yeah. I guess they could propose, you know, if they were aware of an exception, but even with the language as proposed that in the amendment is, it would only be one of them that they would need to. And it seems like on our research that the majority of them meet accessibility provisions. It would just be the locating it on the route. That would be the other piece. Any thoughts, comments, discussion?
Say it sounds like it's a little bit of a tricky area between accessibility and the electrical vehicle charging stations and all these different pieces. And I'm glad that we're in alignment with the access board and, you know, all of these other pieces. I don't really want for the building code to be pushing out past where the access board is going.
Thanks for that. And the one thing we have dedicated to is that when we monitor, you know, if there are amendments to or supplements added to the ADA standards, of course, then we'd be looking at, you know, is there an adjustment statutorily needed? And then, of course, if it's adjusted under the ADA and becomes, you know, applicable, then it would apply regardless. And so then it would be, you know, we have our purpose statement in statute telling us to be consistent with the ADA. And then we would have this other obtuse, you know, 447233 with parking that doesn't address the accessible charging stations. And so it may be that we get there sometime in the future as an interim amendment or something like that, but we would address it through the board if something happens. All right. So we have that new language there. I would say no fiscal on this because, you know, previously we've provided this answer. It's just not, it hasn't been codified. It's just been, you know, just via informal inter. Okay, that moves us to the 1108-5121 language for assisted living and residential care facilities. This language has been in place for quite some time, and all of this language regarding the bathing facilities was part of the SR appendix removal. So when we removed the appendix, we worked closely with OHA. At the time, it was Pam Triplett and as well as Dan Pergel from LRS. And there was a great amount of work in ad hoc committee and a great amount of work on aligning the provisions. And then we have, as we've moved through on chapter 11, we've kind of catered them to it. So I don't know, Janice, have you had any issues with any of these? I imagine that you're probably an expert. So
Yeah, there is some, how do I say this? There is some confusion right now with this, but as I said, or as you said, this has been consistent in the OSSC for a while now. So I think that this is fair and makes a lot of sense. We're doing some coordination with OHA right now.
okay, yeah, that's great. And I believe Dan had mentioned that as well. So that's, if there's anything that needs to change, you know, because of licensure standards, which we had aligned with it, you know, in the past previously, I'm sure we'd be open to that.
Mhm.
If it comes up and it's an interim something. Yeah, that's what it did, right? There. Yeah, exactly. And I think what Janice is alluding to is that there's maybe some different interpretation on their side about what's the licensing rules, maybe. And so we just want to be consistent with that so that they're not getting, you know, different requirements.
Mhm.
Any other thoughts or questions, comments? Thanks, Janice. That's basically, that goes through the next one as well, the next two. So on your matrix, for those keeping score, it's 11, 15, 11, 16, 11, 17, and 11, 18 as well. We can look at all of those. They're all together as one. 1108-521, if we can scroll down just a little bit, Laura. Just a little further. Almost there. Yep. So this one was a big one, if you remember this, the folding seat allowance, and then where you put the controls. So, and it was basically so folks weren't reaching across the water stream, getting wet when they were, you know, using the controls in an assisted configuration. And this aligns again with the licensing standards, as far as I know. Any thoughts, comments, questions? Okay. So we're going to be retaining all of those. And then that moves us to 1108-611, the new model code language here. And this is specific to accessible units, exceptions. And where all dwelling units and sleeping units contain showers and none contain bathtubs, the total number of required accessible units specified by the table shall be permitted to provide standard or alternate roll-in type showers with seats. And then exception 2, which is kind of builds on exception 1, where exception 1 is applicable, transfer showers shall be permitted to be substituted for all but the minimum required number of roll-in showers. Just providing some flexibility there. I really don't. No, I don't really think exception 2 is an exception. It should just be a condition or a 1-1. I think. Any other comments other than hierarchy? All right, so we are going to align with the model there. Then we have the next one is 221. Laura's ahead of me as usual. Okay, so this is dealing with type A units. Where 2 or more type A units are provided, at least 5%, but not less than 1, shall include a bathroom with a shower complying with the ANSI standard. And I believe this aligns with, oh no, it doesn't, because this is talking about the total number of A's on the site. So this is just requiring that where you have 2 or more, that you have to have at least 1 with a shower as an option. Comments, questions, concerns? Yeah. Can we bring up the reason statement on that one? Just interested. Is, oh, you've got it. Oh, the trend in hotel design, right? To provide showers and not bathtubs. Yeah, that's the first one there. That was the last one we covered. This one's E, yeah, you got it there. Oh, it's E14. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Can you zoom in just a little? Sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing it. Perfect. Provide features greater than in a type B. It's basically just addressing mobility, potential mobility limitations so that you'd have one roll in so that folks weren't having to clear. Um,
I'm interested to hear from any of the architects. Does this seem like a design challenge or does this seem fine? The apartment designs.
From my perspective, because it's so limited, right, it's not that big of a deal.
Okay.
Great, thanks for that. Any other thoughts or comments? We have a net no fiscal on that one, so we're aligning with the model code. And that was item 11-20. So we're moving on to 11-21. Yeah, this one is interesting because it kind of separated it into 3 subsections. Yeah. Yeah, so I think it's good because it's removing that language, from the charging, and then it still has the bedroom language up above for the group R3, but then instead of having it all kind of smushed together, it breaks it down into the separate unit types, right? For each use. Or for just R3.
Are they missing they also just added hotels and motels with 5 or fewer guest bedrooms to the R3 category? Is that missing now?
No, because those are exempt. Remember that in the charging language, we had the 1103 carve out, or 1102, where it was like 5 or fewer, even if it was transient, as long as it was owner occupied.
But if they're not owner occupied?
If they're not owner occupied in there, I think you'd be subject to this for congregate living facilities that are transient and boarding houses, right? As scoped. Oh, that, yeah, and then up above, they have that same language.
I guess I was thinking about the new 2 items that they just added under R3 that say hotels with less than 5 guest bedrooms, hotels with less than 5 guest bedrooms. It seems like those 2 would also be part of this list of things that need accessible units. I don't know.
I think it's only, oh, I get what you're saying. I think this one's only applying to, it's breaking down, right? The congregate living facilities and boarding houses. But you're saying it should be additionally include those.
Well, I just think that those are also public accommodation that should be scoped somewhere in the accessibility requirements when they're not owner occupied.
Yeah.
And since they've introduced those terms into the R3, chapter 3 stuff, it seems like this should show us where those are with those names.
Oh, and it's only hotels and motels that are non-transient.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay, I see now.
no, that's a good note. It is a good note. Look back and check that. That's good.
So the hotels and there's, I guess we have a lodging house with 5 or fewer guests. That one's transient. And if it's not owner occupied, would that one fall under the accessibility requirements for R3? Is that listed already? Going back and forth.
Yeah. I believe so, because I think the only exceptions are when they're owner occupied. Let's see.
Where I need 3 screens.
Definitely. You can go ahead, Adelie, if you have something to add.
My question is just where the new definitions that we got added in, similar to what Jody's been asking, the emergency responder or housing that can be as the R3 or the R2. So if it falls under an R3, would we have any scoping requirements or exemptions from that under this?
I'm getting to the language here. I just want to look at the unamended model just to see.
Okay.
I
I was just trying to figure out how it all fit together with those new things that have been added.
Yeah, sure. Because it's not called out specifically, like the bedrooms, the language where we'd say, okay, bedrooms within congregate dormitories, sororities, fraternities, and boarding houses shall be counted as sleeping units for determining the number of units. It doesn't list them in accessible units, and it would only apply for type B units where it's intended to be occupied as a residence. I think that's how we get there. So in any structure that's a group R3 that are different than just typical apartment homes, but are scoped under the code as an R3, you would have any of those that had 4 or more that were intended to be occupied as a residence, then we'd trigger type B units, but it doesn't appear that we'd trigger anything else for R3. Then in accessible units, we'd have congregate living facilities transient and boarding houses transient for accessible units. So those would be the only 2 where you'd get the full accessible unit. And then under the R3, we don't have type A units required. So then the in between, we wouldn't have any application of that.
Okay, so we think it all works.
I think so. I think it would be the 4 or more, and
Okay.
then if it was intended, meeting that definition, intended to be occupied as a residence, then it would be covered if it wasn't owner occupied.
Okay. And then to Adelie's point, the emergency, where does that one? I think that's fully accessible.
I think it would fall under the same thing, because if it was an R2, so we had the option back in chapter 3, it could be an R2 or it could be an R3 if it was small. Under the R2, it'd be the same type of language. I think it would be group R2, it'd fall under 1108-623, group R2, other than live work units, apartment houses, monasteries, and convents. It would just fit into that because it says, I think it's intended to apply to all of that. So then, yeah, you're right. I think it would fall into accessible units potentially in type B. It would be anything other. It's interesting that they didn't specifically list it, where they made the change there.
That's why I ask, because you guys know the fire stations with accessibility are the hardest thing, regardless of size. And I just wanted to make sure that if we added that as an R3 option, that since it's not listed here, that it would still, I follow your path, Tony. I just want to make sure that it's not easily misinterpreted.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good comment. And I think it falls back on that intended to be occupied as a residence for the type B part of it. But I think you'd still get one accessible unit if you were meeting that. right? Because again, you wouldn't get type Bs unless you were intended to be occupied as a residence. But it says for all other group R2s, basically, everything other than live, work, apartment, monasteries, and convents, falling within the scope of 1106.2.1 and 2.2. Yeah, so it's basically just carving those out directly. In accordance with, it could be a good one for us to follow up with ICC on, but if you look at the charging sentence in 1108.623, it says in group R2 occupancy. So, okay, we're in R2 and we're not a live, work, apartment house, monastery, or convent falling within the scopes of those, accessible units shall be provided. I mean, I think that's straight up. Type B would only apply if we're intended to be occupied as a residence, so that probably wouldn't apply to a fire station. But the accessible unit, there's no out for that. It's just you would provide one. And that might, it's not just for a seated individual, it would be helpful for somebody that maybe, had an ankle injury or some mobility impairments as well.
Well, I agree. I just think, as they try to get out of all accessibility requirements in fire stations, because I know we've all come across that now, having the R3 option for those, like you talked about upgrading the interp we had on fire stations. If we're calling those an R3, I think that's more where the question will come, is that new, having those an R3.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that is a good note. The, let's see here. I don't even see the language in R3 under the first printing. Oh, there it is. I see it. And so it would have to be, well, we under the charging language in R3, we'd have to be, the occupants are primarily permanent in nature, right? I wonder why they list it twice and don't have a qualification of it. Like,
When I've just been dealing with fire stations, I think this would need some type of clarifying information, maybe in that interp, for how to apply that now that we're going to add that R3 as an option for small facilities.
yeah, I think it's a good note. I think just shooting from the hip here, I think 310.4 charging language, it would only apply to fire stations that were that's where they lived. And I think that's the intent, because then otherwise we'd be R2 and then we'd be the provisions for R2.
Is any emergency services facility, are they transient or non-transient?
I think there's a mix. Eric's probably the expert. He can probably jump on and.
I was staying out of it.
I figured too, where I like to stay out of the accessibility argument with fire stations.
Yeah, no. Adelaide's always stirring up trouble.
Yes, that's got to do something over here, Eric.
I don't know. I was just kind of listening to all the different. I see where you're going with it, but I'll do a little more digging on the. I didn't dig too far on the R3 part, but I guess it depends on your interpretation of a permanent, because if you take a staffed fire station, there's always somebody living there. Yeah, every shift it's a different person, or can be, doesn't have to be, but so there's always somebody there, and they're coming back like every third day or every fourth, depends on what their shift is or whatever. So I could see the argument that, but then what's the argument for you're staying less than 30 days for a hotel? That works because somebody comes in, they stay for a few days, they leave, they're less than 30. But what if it's the same person that comes back multiple times in that 30 days, which is what we have here? So you have an anomaly. I mean, this goes all the way back to why they were bees for so many years. And so I don't know, we can do a little, I can make a note and do a little digging about the intent of the R3 application. And then how that collides with accessibility, or does or doesn't.
No, I think that's great. I think more, yeah, we can go back to it, and then I think we could update the interp accordingly. But to me, I think primarily permanent in nature, I think that it's tying with intended to be occupied as a residence, that it's permanently their place of residence, you know. I think that's the intent under the accessibility standards, but we can dig in. And I think that may answer Jody's question about whether they're transient or permanently occupied around the state.
Yeah, I think that 1108-631, the accessible units, is targeting the uses that are transient specifically and really look like they're public accommodation.
Yep.
That's kind of the direction that those are. And then the type B is more toward that FHA occupied as a residence. So that's where maybe it's not bad that the emergency group is left out of this, other than the fact that it leaves all of us questioning where they go. So if the building code's going to help us out and tell us either that they don't apply, they're in the exceptions, or which one of these categories they want us to use, that's kind of where we can help be consistent across the state.
It's a separate discussion than the firehouse. Fire station. Not that. Buy that.
Yeah, and I don't think it would, right? Unless it was intended to be occupied as a residence, and I didn't even.
Hey, Tony,
Yeah,
if somebody's talking in the room, us out here and computer land can't hear the question, so could you repeat it or
get that
something?
man a microphone.
Or give him a microphone? Is it Richard?
It is Richard.
Oh, of course.
He's sitting out of view from the camera. He strategically picked the only seat in the house that is
Yep.
out of view. Yeah, so what he basically noted is that, yeah, he just didn't see the FHA, how the FHA provisions, which Jody was saying too, would be applicable to fire station, which makes sense. We wouldn't get into covered multifamily dwelling. And I think that's where it leans back on the intended to be occupied as a residence definition for type B. But then the question still remains then accessible units. I mean, as it reads currently, if it was an R2 and it was,
Right.
it would have to have one accessible unit. If it was a transient use R2, it's just how it reads.
Right, and then the question is, you know, what is because again, the operating, the way fire stations operate, they're kind of transient and kind of not transient. I mean, I don't know where they lie.
Yeah,
You're there, and then you know, and they're also sometimes, you know, more and more you're getting, you know, male and female quarters, but shoot, most of the fire stations I stayed in, I never had my own room. You know, it was congregate. It was just a bunk, and you know, with a curtain. So now you've got a room full of those. So what are you doing? Counting bunks, and then you make an accessible bunk. So it's a fun one to try to navigate, which I'm sure is why Adelaide brought it up.
well, and maybe we can, yeah, I think it's good. I think with all the notes we have, we can talk about it, and maybe an interp makes the most sense, just updating the current interp we have and then addressing accessibility as well.
Do we have any contacts with for accessibility advocates in Oregon that we could see if this is even something they're interested in, you know, having? I mean, we don't want to make a problem that's not there.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a good note. We definitely have some numbers of folks. DRO, we use a lot, Disability Rights of Oregon. And we can do some digging on that, and then maybe we can bring back some info in one of the future meetings that doesn't impact the language unless we're proposing to, you know, change it or add to it. Good stuff. Good discussion. So I think that gives us at least some direction on that. And then otherwise, were we good? We're good with the language there for the R3s. Any other comments, discussions, concerns? Being none. So that gets us to the R4. So again, a series of adjustments here, very similar to what we saw in the I1s. Again, aligning with licensure standards. Janice, does this look good to you? We're proposing just retain it as is, just with some numbering adjustments.
Yep, it looks great.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments on this one? Just retaining organ amendments. Okay, moving on. 11092, this is an existing organ amendment that we basically just clarified the scope in the application of assembly area seating. So you see the language there. There's also a model addition here that it adds bleachers, grandstands, folding and telescopic seating. And then for lawn seating, we've had the longstanding amendment saying if it's serving an affected building on an affected building site, that's the only time that we get into that. And that aligns with the federal ADA as well, that it's serving the building. Any concerns, questions, thoughts on that one? Laura, did we fly by a model change right above it too? I thought I saw one. Model change up above, back. Oh, okay, just a, oh yeah, that's just clarifying that type A units can only be reduced in accordance with the one subsection, and that the type B, this is the way it read previously, but it just didn't have this clarification. But you would have found that application as you move through the subsections, but now it's just adding a sentence to clarify it. Thank you. All right, so that moves us to the dining and drinking areas.
Is there a fiscal impact for adding bleachers, grandstands, or?
I don't believe so, because it's assembly, yeah, with fixed seating. I think we would have interpreted that previously, maybe not telescopic, but
Clarity.
yeah, I think it's just clarification. Any other thoughts on that?
I'd agree. I think when we were thinking fixed seating, bleachers would have counted toward that. Just explicit now.
Great. So that's, then we get to 929, existing organ amendment regarding dining and drinking areas. And this is that exception. This one came up. It had been missed a couple of iterations ago, and it had to be addressed via interim amendment. And this is the accessible route to dining and drinking areas in a mezzanine is not required, provided that the mezzanine contains less than, because it conflicts with the exemptions in 11044. It qualifies them further, and so there was all sorts of confusion on when it applied and when it didn't. And so we went back to the long-standing language in 11044 for the exemption, and not otherwise having some like percentage in qualifying it. Again, so just an existing deletion, referring back to those 11044 exceptions. Any thoughts, questions, comments?
That's existing.
Existing deletion. And it was an amendment. We missed it, and then yeah. Okay. That one doesn't.
Eric, I did use a microphone.
Noted. Thank you.
Nothing, so no fiscal there, just retaining an existing organ amendment. The 1109292, you'll see that the only thing we changed is we made it its own subsection. So this is the long-standing existing organ amendment that exceeds the federal standard and requires a structurally integrated portion of the main counter or bar to be accessible. And this used to just be an additional paragraph to 1109291. And so we broke it out as a separate subsection so that it's not missed and that it's there's a specific path to it. We also retain the language of flip up counters, adjacent tables, and similar devices not being permitted to satisfy the requirement there. So any comments, questions, concerns on this one? Okay, retaining that, no fiscal existing word amendment. New language in 1110.3 regarding sinks. There's a new exception for other than sinks in kitchens and kitchenettes. Yeah, you going? Almost there. There it is. So you see that the exception there, number 2 at the top of the page. That's the new language. That's just allowing basically a deep basin that cannot be located outside a knee space. And parallel approach is permitted as long as it's not in a kitchen or kitchenette. So just flexibility. Any comments, questions? Just aligning with the model there. No fiscal impact. The next is we have the adult changing stations in 1110.4. So just a bunch of provisions related to those where they are installed, so or provided. So you'll see the language there. Nothing requires them. It says where required, where provided. I don't know why it 1110.4 seems to read weird. Where provided, adult changing stations shall be accessible where required.
Go to the next
Shall be
section,
accessible.
where required, 111041.
Huh. But I'm not aware of a trigger for them.
Well, other than that, 111041.
Yeah. So that would be the only set of thresholds there would just be, those would be the parameters requiring them.
Yeah.
We definitely can't adopt number 4 there. I guess we could service plazas.
And this is definitely an increase in cost.
Yeah, yeah. Mercantile occupancies is interesting. Yeah, this is definitely an increase in cost. Educational facilities. Can we go to the reason statement on this one? It is, yeah. It's from Marcia Maz.
I figured it would be, right?
All right. It came from the A117 committee. Interesting. What do they have for the fiscal? Will increase the room size. Interesting. It looks like it's adopted in California. Thoughts, comments, questions?
We have, I mean, it seems like, especially since schools is in this one, is this something? Yeah, I'm always trying to think of who might be surprised or upset by
Sure,
something.
sure.
Should we this in front of somebody from some of the school stuff and see if they, like, maybe this is something they're having to do anyway, or maybe this is, I don't know, I just would like their feedback.
Yeah, I think it's good to note, especially, you know, even though it's a limited application for elementary and high school, I think it'd be useful to run by OSBA at least. Let's note that. We can flag this one and come back to it. I brushed past the word required because I was just thinking the language was permissive. And so, yeah, it's definitely going to be required in those limited applications. And so I think it would also be nice to have a little bit of something on fiscal. You know, the ICC, it's going to increase the cost of construction. Like, well, helpful.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
I'm not, just hold on for just a second before we move off of this one, because I'm looking at the, I'm looking at the, maybe pull back up the revision history, Laura, because so it looks like what we have is that, so what's up there now is the original proposal, and that was approved. But if you scroll down, she submitted a public comment on her own proposal because the committee said, yeah, we're going to go with this, but it needs some tweaking. So she submitted, or no, David Collins did. She did. Oh no, public comment 1, 2. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Maybe they took 1. What does 1 do?
No, they added both of
Nope.
them. Now,
okay, but 2 gets rid of the ease, and that's what piqued my ears up when somebody said this might affect ease, because if you keep going, C2 and 3 are struck. It's just Group B educational. It's Group E. They kept it.
Yeah.
They rewrote it. Never.
Yeah,
I missed the part where only for an assembly.
Yeah. So now if you go to the proposed language,
So
that's consistent. It says,
yeah,
in elementary and high schools, it doesn't even say Group E. It says in elementary and high schools.
Yeah, so this would affect big schools, or could affect like big schools, probably 6 or more male and female for that space. So that's a pretty big space.
Yeah.
The 6, so gyms.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, like schools would be a good hit on that. Like, hey, this is coming.
Definitely to see what they're doing.
Okay. Just making sure I was following.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. We can table that one and we can talk about the fiscal on it. And worst case scenario is we just at least keep the language of where provided, and then we have some parameters on it that, you know, points it back to the A117.1 standard. So we'll table that. We'll come back to it. Well, 11, 10, 5, and 6, kitchens and kitchenettes and laundry equipment. The interesting thing here is that typically we don't regulate washing machines. So there's this one I had flagged because it's like we do regulate dryers, we at least the exhaust ducts, you know. So it's like it's this hard part of where you have these things that aren't, you know, it's not fixed appliances. I think it would only really be applicable where you have like a laundromat or something like that, where you have a number of them, and we don't regulate that type of equipment. So I think I have a comment in this maybe in our chapter, our Blue Beam one. Yeah, I think just mark it, flag it, and I think we'll investigate it a little bit more, but it's hard to, you know, often these aren't installed at the time of occupancy. And so then you're talking about just a note as like a, you know, condition of use down the road exceeds what we would typically regulate, other than we do regulate dryers and the ducts. So
Tony, a question on this one, because I've been brought in quite a bit on post-occupancy use considerations for these, and this becomes a section where, you know, apartments, condos, especially in apartment buildings in a group setting where they do need to be accessible, and even though they're not possibly installed at the time of the final inspections, these are important areas to make sure that overall in terms of being an accessible equipment for tenants and for users of the buildings that they have. So yeah, I think it's important to note that these regulations are important to have, even though they may not be typically administered by the jurisdictions because they are equipment or that the equipment is not otherwise in the code for administration.
Yeah, I think the key here, Tom, is that it depends on authority. If we don't have authority to regulate them, there would be no ability to have it in the code. So I think that's the part that I want to flag is if we don't have the authority to regulate this type of non-fixed equipment anyways,
Yeah.
under statute, then we wouldn't have the ability to include it in code as a requirement. It could
That doesn't
definitely,
mean that the building owner doesn't have an obligation under
sure,
federal law.
yep.
Right.
We often see the laundry room, and a lot of folks have it laid out. This increases, I would say, the number of washing machines we would expect to see that accessible space work for. So it's not that we're looking at controls, we're not looking at where they top load it or side load or whatever, all those pieces. We're just making sure that there's a circle in the room and that the space works. I don't know that that's going to be too big of a deal, because once you have the circle, you usually have the accessible space.
Yeah.
For more than one, but we're only really looking at it for one machine of each type, the way that you would say one toilet of each type or whatever. So this, I would say, is a little bit more than what we were looking for before.
Okay. That's good. I think we'll flag this one as kind of did in our chapters for matrix. I wanted it on the matrix for discussion, and then I think what we'll do is Richard will dig into it and decide what we need to do with the language. And then we'll update the committee with the revised chapter. However, if it gets prefaced or deleted or adjusted, it'll be based on an authority thing. But I think you're right, Jody. It's a good note because the space would still be it would be an accessible space. It's a common use space. So you'd have to have the ability to enter, turn, exit. Yeah, and door clearances and everything, right? So yeah, that's a good note. And thanks, Tom. That's a good note about post-occupancy stuff. We'll keep that in mind too. Okay, so we're going to table that one. Then we have 11, 10, 14. Seating and standing spaces at dining surfaces and work surfaces. Some language added there. We corrected that one, I believe. Did we correct? Okay, yep. Keep going. There it is. So just clarifying there, less than 5% of the seating and standing spaces at fixed, built-in, and movable dining surfaces shall be accessible. I think the key is fixed and built-in. The movable one aligns with the federal ADA, and then the fixed or built-in work surfaces, same thing there. And then the existing exception for check writing services at checkout aisles.
What did the dining services used to say? Or what they've added and standing spaces? What does it mean for a standing space to be accessible?
It has to have the clearances. That was the one that we dealt with on it was called the indecisions standing area or something like that. It is, let me look real quick. There were requirements in chapter 8. I think it's just the clear floor. It's similar to drinking fountains for standing folks.
So in A117.1, there's a standing accessible space allotment.
Yeah, so let me check here. There is for drinking fountains. Let me look at the general for provisions. Yeah. Person. Floor.
And I'm looking at the current language and it does talk about seating or standing space.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we haven't had a problem with it before. I just haven't looked at it carefully.
Yeah, it's interesting because for the workspaces and dining surfaces, it just says the height, right? In the min max, 2834. And then in the commentary, it comments that it's close to elbow height for a standing person. And so that even a standing space would be at that same threshold. They don't differentiate. So it would be that height, 2824 or 2834. It's in 902. Good question. Any other thoughts or questions, comments? Okay, we're aligning with the model there. Moving on to designations, we have a new section 11.12.6. Designations. This is a good clarification, I think. Where provided, interior and exterior signs identifying permanent rooms and spaces shall be visual, raised, and braille. Where pictograms are provided, there's parameters there. And this was actually, we had a question on this recently about where they provided voluntary signs. And then how would you, it's an accessible space, but it's not signage that's required. And so voluntary signage is provided. And it was like, at the time, it was only a recommendation that they would provide this because there was no cited path. So this would, I believe it came up with Jay, Denny, and Bend. And so, yeah, this would clarify that if you're voluntarily providing it, that it would meet the same standards for folks. Thoughts, comments, questions?
I think this is good. I think it's good that it clarifies that.
Great, thanks, Tom. Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on adopting the model. I don't think that would carry a fiscal. It's clarification. It would be very negligible if there was an increase in cost between just providing normal, generic signage versus compliant signage. And it's only where voluntarily provided, I believe so. That moves us on to 11.13. Longstanding Oregon amendment that was part of work aligning with statute and our clustered mailboxes. We have adjusted some of the language in here to, reference A117.1 and use terminology, but none of the dimensional constraints have changed or anything. And this is just a long-standing item. And of course, it's only those clustered mailboxes on an infected site. That's one thing that we do remind folks when this comes up, that if it's in the public right of way, of course, it's outside the scope of authority. So it would be those that are located on an affected site.
Is there something in there right now or that we were thinking of putting in or that's in somewhere else that talks about these are exterior? Because that's a piece that we've gotten confusion on where people have thought these are the reviewers have thought that they needed to require this stuff inside. But my understanding is that these are only exterior mounted mailboxes.
Correct. That's a good point. And it's in the, yeah, so it doesn't say it in the definition, but that would be where we'd probably put it. Because I think interior, we look at the storage standards, right? Because they have the storage provisions for, we'd
Right.
say interior mail storage.
So if it does not mess anything up, I would love it would be helpful for it to talk about exterior somewhere, either in the title or in that somewhere.
Okay. Or could we do it in the definition since it's a defined term? It says, because it says clustered mailbox units, which are also known as centralized mail or centralized box units or CBUs, are freestanding mailbox units with multiple locked boxes along with parcel lockers and a slot for mail collection. Could we say exterior? Could we say our freestanding exterior mailbox units with multiple locked boxes? Does that work?
Yeah, that works well. I didn't see cluster mailboxes is not italicized, so I didn't realize it was a defined term.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we'll need to mark that in italics too. I believe we have it like that in the current OSSC, but let me check. No, we don't. We don't. So that would be a good one to flag for italics. Laura's favorite.
I'm all for this clarification. I think in the past, we've been focused on that word site. So in 1113.1, right there, yeah. On an affected building site.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks, Janice. I think that's good. A really good point. I think we add that to chapter 2 definition.
I think exterior was the original intent,
Yeah,
was it first brought to us.
yeah, because then it had the curb ramp
Right.
language and then the bubble around it. Yeah. Yeah, the barriers language kind of talks to it too. Grass, medians, landscaping, gravel.
I think we had going straight to that turning space
Yeah,
and skipping all of the piece in the middle that kind of indicated the exteriorness of the applicability. And so we were
I
not
think
in
it's good.
alignment.
Yeah, I think it's good. A really good note. We'll add it to the definition and then get those italicized.
So exterior in terms of unroofed facilities. So, you can have some of these larger ones that may be outdoors near them, but they would have a roof where you can get in and out of the rain when you access it, but is still, not necessarily right at the curbs, but would not be as considered as an interior space either.
Yeah, that's a good note. We could use a different term, I think. Located outdoors
Or unconditioned space.
yeah, I think we'd want to stick with maybe exterior or outdoors. Maybe we'll take a run at the definition. We'll bring it back. We'll just flag this one. We've got some other things in chapter 11 to look at. So we'll just take a run at maybe adjusting the definition and seeing what folks think, and then we can go from there. Great, thanks everybody for that. We made it through chapter 11. We're now on to chapter 12. 13 is a long one, so when we get there, we're just gonna have to roll up our sleeves, get to work. Okay. Moving on, chapter 12, big change proposed here in chapter 12, and this is really more of just an application consistency standpoint. And so what you see right up front, one of the big discussions in front of the mechanical committee on the mechanical side is ventilation, dwelling unit ventilation in particular. And so what we've proposed to do here is take natural ventilation out of the building code. Just put it into the mechanical code. We're not proposing to delete anything. We're just proposing to point to the mechanical code for all ventilation, basically, other than like roof and attic ventilation and underfloor ventilation, which is part of, chapter 12, because it deals with, what needs to be mechanically ventilated, what needs to be naturally, or what could be naturally ventilated. And then the language that's proposed there is to align with what is struck out in the model. It doesn't, you see that down below where it says, it was dwelling units complying with the air leakage requirements of the IECC or 90.1 standard shall be ventilated by mechanical means in accordance with 403 of the mechanical code. So we catch that up above. Still, we say shall be ventilated by mechanical means in accordance with the mechanical code. And then on the mechanical side, they'll tie into our OEESC on the energy space. And then you see the second part of that sentence that's struck, I2 occupancies, ambulatory or ACFs and I2s shall be ventilated by mechanical means in accordance with 407. So then we repeat that up above. So we're just clarifying here. And so, but the big change is in that first sentence of the unadjusted language, and then the dotted underlined blue language. So buildings shall be provided with natural ventilation or mechanical ventilation in accordance with the mechanical code. And then you'll see down below, we propose to strike the natural ventilation language from the building code. And it's been an ongoing, you have conflicts, you have to be applying the mechanical code at the same time and know whether or not it's required to be mechanically ventilated or can be naturally ventilated. And so that's what we're proposing to do. Any thoughts or comments or questions on that?
When I read that first sentence, natural ventilation or mechanical ventilation in accordance with mechanical code, it still seems like I'm going to get to do natural ventilation in this code somewhere. And that only if I choose mechanical ventilation do I have to go to the mechanical code. So I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
But the way that sentence reads, I wouldn't have realized that if I didn't hear you say it.
Okay. So previously down below, it said, it would say natural ventilation in accordance with section 12025, comma, or mechanical ventilation in accordance with the mechanical code.
So you say down below somewhere else, or still where we're
Sorry,
looking
that
right
first
here?
struck line.
Mhm.
Yeah. So see, that's where it would have picked up behind
Mhm.
natural ventilation. It would have said in accordance with 12025, and then comma, or mechanical ventilation in accordance with the mechanical code. We could say it twice in the charging set, shall be provided with natural ventilation in accordance with the mechanical code, or mechanical ventilation in accordance with the mechanical code, but
Or you could take out the first ventilation, natural or mechanical ventilation.
Okay.
In accordance with the mechanical code. So
Yeah.
I know whatever type of ventilation I'm doing, all
Perfect.
of it has to go to mechanical code.
perfect. Like it. Any other thoughts?
My one other thought that I have right this second, and I might have a few more one day, is that you say that, and then I've got a bunch of stuff about ventilation, like
Yeah.
roof ventilation and everything else. So you just told me to go to another code, but then you gave me a bunch of rules. So what am I supposed to do with that?
Well, and these were never considered natural right? Because you jumped it. Before, you would have never applied roof ventilation as natural, because natural is 12025. You know what I'm saying? Like we could add a pointer or something, and then we could say roof ventilation and attic ventilation shall be provided in accordance with, in the general.
I'm just wondering, and I'm not a mechanical engineer, but is there some sort of a type of like the air portion of the ventilation, like the room ventilation is with mechanical code, but the component ventilation is not. I'm, like I said, I'm not, this isn't quite my area of expertise, but the idea that you just told me that buildings need to go over to the mechanical code for all ventilation things, and then you start telling me about a bunch of ventilation things is counterintuitive.
Yeah, and previously, just so you know, it would apply the same way. Because you would have only gone to 12025 for natural ventilation.
Right.
And then you'd still follow through. So well, yeah, what could we add? What could we add for to clarify it?
We having
We could add it in the
mechanical?
general. We could just say roof ventilation and roof ventilation and attic ventilation, roof ventilation, attic ventilation, and underfloor ventilation shall be provided. I don't know. Yeah. What do you think? Roof, attic, and underfloor ventilation shall be provided in accordance with.
Do we have any mechanical, or y'all mechanical engineers? I do not even know.
Kaiser is our.
There might be some term for it, right? Like the stuff that we're sending to the mechanical code, there might be some.
Oh, he
collective-
just added it. Space ventilation for occupants shall be provided for the mechanical code.
That helps me.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the mechanical code, once you're there, it's not, it wouldn't distinguish. It's just called ventilation because then it's part of the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. So the mechanical code doesn't deal with ventilate attics that are being ventilated to address condensation issues.
Right.
Versus for occupants, or although some ventilation requirements are not for occupied spaces. So I'm a little concerned about this. I'm trying to come up with some language, so I'm going to drop out for a second and try and
We can
find something that might work.
You can always come back. It's not a big deal.
And I may be the only one who has this problem. So if it's perfectly clear to everyone else, then we don't have to add things in there just for one person's.
I don't think the pointer down below, as Laura has drafted it, how does that, do you think that covers it? I don't think it hurts.
Sure. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Any other thoughts? I think that works. Works for mechanical code, Doc Kaiser says. Good. Yeah, it's good. It's helpful. Verifies. So then the other, we could see the other portion of the deletion. If you don't mind, Laura, go down to 12025. Oh, you have it separate. You have it listed as a separate item. Sorry, I didn't know. Okay, so the next item is 12-2, 120243. And this is an existing amendment where we require the class 1 vapor retarder for the ground cover. There's not an option to not do it. In many other states, there is an option, both resi and commercial. So it's an interesting thing where we don't allow that here. You are required to provide ground cover. So existing amendment, any questions, concerns?
Doesn't the code on concrete require it regardless?
Yeah. Yeah, our code does. It's just that other states don't. So in the model, we always amend it out. You can't have exposed earth. And then what you see here is in 12025 is the remainder, the whole deletion of that natural ventilation. What do you think, Jody? Natural ventilation shall be in accordance with chapter 4 of the mechanical code.
Yeah, nice and clear.
Okay, good. Any
In
other
case
thoughts?
somebody missed it from above, right? Like that's where my mind goes, is that we've got code sections where we think things might end up, and you land somewhere and you're like, where did it go? Now what do I do? So having that be clear in case they missed it in the scoping is really helpful
Mhm.
functionally.
Great. Any other comments or thoughts? That is, again, item 12-3. Okay, moving on. That's just retaining or basically retaining the provisions. We're just moving them to the mechanical code, so no fiscal there on any of those that we've covered so far.
Super quick before, I'm just wondering, mechanical code. Does it, have we lost something by striking this? Like, are these options repeated over there? Are these gone forever and now there's no?
We're taking those to the mechanical code.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
So content wise, they still have the same options. It's just they have to go look for them somewhere else.
Yep, and then
Okay.
a big discussion on dwelling unit ventilation is going to be occurring and whether or not that mandates mechanical ventilation for each dwelling unit.
Okay,
And so that'll be occurring in the mechanical adoption process.
sounds great. Thank
Okay,
you.
yep, absolutely. Okay, so that I think that gets us through 12.3. 12.4 is one that we flagged here. Interesting language. And what we did is we proposed striking the new model language here, and this is reflected in your matrix, but the new model language in Janice and maybe Tom, you can jump in here. The new model language says that an engineering analysis shall be performed by a registered design professional. And our definition of RDP is that a registered design professional is that they're licensed, in accordance with ORS 671 and 672. And we see that as overly conservative. We don't see that as aligning with OSBILS and OSBE laws. We see it as you could just have an acoustical expert that is able to provide this, that isn't a specific registered design professional. Again, it's all at the building official's review. So anyways, thoughts, comments, questions. I think it would probably conflict with OSBILS and OSBE's laws, which aren't ours to enforce.
I agree, Tony. We're looking at this before. It is confusing. It doesn't make people that are experts aren't necessarily registered. And we've been trying to do this for a while, just being able to perform acoustic tests. And it's difficult trying to find an analysis that's more comparative than actual laboratory testing. That's hard to find. So we're looking at this as something that will make things more difficult.
Okay.
So was that a new requirement or that's an existing requirement you're striking?
So the requirements existing, the new language is just what we struck. That it says that you have to be, it would be a licensed engineer or architect in order to perform an acoustical test and report.
Okay, so the current requirement does not have that engineering, the registered design professional.
Right.
It does have the engineering analysis though, doesn't it?
Everything else is there. Yep. Everything else is current. It's just that new language, and we thought is unnecessarily limiting it. It's going to be site specific, and you're going to have an expert doing it. I think it's going to be pretty clear that it's an expert and they ran an acoustical test or they've done some type of judgment. And
Well, I think you hit it earlier that we have laws in the state with OSBILS and the Architects Board that they're the ones that determine the threshold for when an architect has to be involved. And it's not ours to interpret or play with.
yeah.
Well, we have definitely had acoustical engineer reports stamped by an acoustical engineer. That didn't seem to be a problem, but we have that even without this language. So,
Yep.
Certainly we do have some folks who might even be a registered design professional with a stamp who do not who are not qualified to do it, trying to turn things in and so keeping whatever we have right now will work well for Portland. I can't answer for everybody else, but keeping what we have right now will work for us.
Great. Any other thoughts? Okay, so this one, there's not going to be a fiscal since we struck it, and we will not adopt the model code language there. The next one here in 12083, this is a good addition that clarifies it actually provides a minimum dwelling unit size. Look at that. 190 square feet of habitable space. So that's really, it's kind of taking the 120 and adding 70 square feet. It's just giving you that. Again, this isn't limited to efficiency units because efficiency units are covered down below. So this is just putting a lower end on what the dwelling units can be sized as. And we've interpreted it this way historically, getting to the 190 even, well, that was before the 120 was deleted on the resi side. Because the 120 we don't have that anymore in the ORSC, but I think that, you know, it coincides with 11 or 12084 down below. So any thoughts, comments?
I actually like having it in there now.
Yeah, good. Good model add. Anything else?
I think this may, you know, as a more affordable housing and people look for ways of doing that, I wonder how much this is going to evolve over time in terms of the number. I think it's good to have a number. There's been micro unit proposals, you know, even less than that, and different ways of kind of working around these sorts of numbers. Is that also being considered?
It's a great question, Tom. I mean, I think, you know, on the resi side, we don't have this language. So if it's detached, you know, 1 and 2 family dwelling in townhouse, we've had the question, but we don't have the limitation because all we have is the definition of dwelling unit, right? Permanent provisions for eating, living, sleeping, cooking, and sanitation. And then 70 square feet, not less than 7 feet in any horizontal dimension for each habitable room. But there's nothing that says that you have to have a dedicated habitable room for each one of those permanent uses under the dwelling unit definition. And so it's really, you know, open to some flexibility, I think, on the resi side. Now, on the OSSC side, this would put kind of that lower end limit on, you know, habitable space, and that you need at least 190 square feet, which still seems, I think it would support kind of affordable designs. And the efficiency unit, you'll note down below, points to it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this may come up almost every cycle as things move forward. The housing discussion evolves.
Yeah. Do you see any problems with it, Tom? Are you thinking
No,
limiting?
no. I mean, this is really small, and I agree that it should be able to fit in. So I agree that it should be able to fit, you know, where it goes into infill housing and you put 4 units on a 50 by 100 lot, you know, as the zoning starts changing more and more,
Yeah.
and you start trying to put multiple units on lots and on multiple stories, 190 square feet plus the stairs plus a lobby, etc., makes it not able to fit on some of those smaller lots with the setbacks and separations. So that's one thing. And there is a real potential that this may need to evolve.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, those other areas are not up to that point yet in terms of what these can be. So I think it's fine for now, and I think it's good that it is defined. There just may be some appeals in Portland coming out of this.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think I don't know, it's always been kind of our just because of the 120 and the 70, you know, you kind of to that. But then it was like when the 120 went away on the ORSC side, it left it kind of in question of like, okay, really, what is it? You know, and so yeah, if you were doing like anything over a duplex or a 2-family, you'd be into this requirement as a baseline, you know, of what you'd be, at least as prescriptive. But again, it's a livability standard, so I think it would be open to site-specific approvals because, again, it's just livability.
Yeah. I'm fine leaving it, but
We have been using the 190 for a while
Okay.
through a building official determination. And there are folks who want to go smaller, and there's a lot of arguments about what's counted as habitable space or what's counted in that 190 or not. So those are some of the pieces of the reason why we even put out that interpretation for our jurisdiction about what counts and what doesn't, because that everybody does really want to push the size.
Yeah.
There's a minimum of what is actually livable.
Yeah. I imagine it gets into like up to the cabinets or how far off the cabinets, and then
Right.
Yeah.
And whether the kitchen counts, which it does, but
Yeah.
how about the foyer? Does that count or not
Right.
count? You know, because the definition of habitable spacing and what doesn't is not included. Hall is not included in
Yeah.
habitable space. So there's still, you know, work for folks to work
Sure.
through.
Yeah, it's interesting. Any other thoughts, comments? Okay. We're proposing to align with the model. I don't think it has a fiscal associated with it.
The proponent said that it would be a cost decrease.
Oh, you noted it there. Look at you.
I only did in 2.
That's good. Okay.
I don't know why he said it or they said it.
May decrease. Maybe a negligible decrease. That gets us to 1210.
Are you saying decrease or increase for that one?
Decrease.
Decrease. Okay. Okay.
Because it used to.
Yeah.
Thank you. I thought I heard increase. Thank you.
1210, moving on, 12-6, 1210-23. This was the no, go back. You have that on there. 1210-23. This is just the adult changing table surround. So let's tie that to the adult changing tables. Or should we take?
No, I'm just imagining being.
Yeah. I think we should tie that though. I mean, this seems to be okay, but I think we should tie it to the revisit on the adult changing table, right? Did we approve that? Was that one approved? It was tabled. Yeah, right. Okay. Other thoughts?
A smooth, hard, non-absorbent, you allow the use of epoxy paint.
Yes. Only in a one stall bathroom, right? Both the floor. I think with our interp, it would only be in a one. I think we only allow it in a one water closet public bathroom. Anything else on that one?
Just real quick, is there anything in here with that privacy that has gotten more specific? No. Okay, just checking. I think maybe in this coming code cycle, we might want to watch some of these privacy pieces are getting worked on to match with different standards that are more specific, like not being able to have the gap between a stall, you know, especially with all the multi-user, all gender restrooms and stuff. So there's some code language around that that might be worth adding for consistency across the state.
Okay.
Just
And
something
they're
to
looking
watch.
at that in the current cycle and the
Yeah, I'll
model.
find out what proposal that is, just so we can look at it, see if it's something that, how, you know, kind of watch how it's doing at the national level. And if it is being approved, then maybe something that we want to adopt early.
I
Okay.
think it's G28-24.
Does it address, I'm curious now, does it address mechanical ventilation? If it doesn't?
That one is all about the
Privacy.
privacy, chapter 12 stuff.
I was just wondering
I
if, you know,
know.
if the partitions go
Wouldn't
all the
that
way
be
to the
nice?
ceiling, and then how do you accomplish mechanical ventilation for each stall? And
I don't think they go all the way to the ceiling. I think they leave a 4 or 8 inch gap at the top.
Oh, and then is that adequate enough to get, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Tony, you should come to Long Beach and listen to the code discussion.
What's that?
You should come to Long Beach for the code committee hearings.
I'd love to. Yeah, that's a good one. A good note on that. Can we add that to the matrix too, Laura, just as a note? Thank you. Thank you. So that brings us, we have the existing 1210 3 privacy language. And we had removed that provision. The provision shall also apply where mirrors could compromise personal privacy. Seems quite arbitrary and subjective. That was the discussion last code cycle about removing that. Are there any concerns there? And then we add that tie to single user toilet and bathing rooms. That was language that Jody had worked on previously. Any thoughts, concerns, questions? Okay. Keeping that, and then we have the subsection there that ties from the pointer. Single user toilet and bathing rooms, and that's the one that we added back the indicator. It must be securable from within the room, have a lock and an occupied indicator, and then the pointer back to 10.10.2, which allows just the one throw of the hand. So it's just tying it all together, existing Oregon amendment, nothing changing there. Any questions, comments? No fiscal, just keeping existing code moving on. Fixture clearances, this is existing language. Again, this just aligns with the plumbing code. And we also have pointer to chapter 11 and the ANSI standards as well. So this is just long-standing existing language. Just proposing to keep it. Any questions? Thoughts, comments? Seeing none. Keep that one, no fiscal there, just keeping model code. And then 1210, we have this new just sentence of a section regarding, oh, sorry, 1211, it's item 12-10, regarding germicidal irradiation systems. So where they're installed, they shall be listed and labeled in accordance with the UL standard and installed in accordance with their listing in MII. Any questions, comments, thoughts? No? Okay. We just adopted the model language there, which only apply when folks are installing. I don't see a fiscal on it. Oh, it says the ICC proponent says cost increase on it. I wonder why. I wonder if they were just flying by as not being regulated previously or what.
Or now that they have to be listed and installed to their listing.
Yeah, it could be. Laura, do you mind pulling that up?
I actually had to Google what one was. I didn't know what the application even was.
Yeah, it became common during the pandemic. Oh, because folks were potential, it says it has the potential to increase cost of construction, as if folks were installing unlisted ones. Any thoughts, comments, questions?
Since it's not required, I mean, I don't want it to look like we're trying to increase the cost of affordable housing by, you know.
Right, yeah. I think if we note fiscal on this, Pierre, I would just qualify it that it just may, it may increase the cost if somebody was planning on installing an unlisted device, but that kind of goes without saying, so.
Noted. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, we made it to chapter 13. How's everybody doing? We're doing good still? Look at this, we don't have much left. We're just flying through this stuff. Chapter 13 just refers us to the OESC. We're just retaining that pointer over to the energy code. That gets us to chapter 14. And we have a few here to go through. 14-1, item 140231, they added attachments through exterior insulation. So they finally have some additional language here about attaching the wall coverings through CI on the exterior for commercial. And then clarifying that that they must be designed to resist the loads in accordance with 16, including the supporting or the support of that the cladding weight. Any questions, comments, thoughts? Just model code here. Don't believe that that would have a fiscal associated with it. It's just a new option, new requirement where you're using that option. 14025, I believe is the next, yes. Through 14025 through 14028, vertical and lateral flame propagation. I thought this was just a move. I thought they moved this. As I recall.
It looks similar. That NFPA 285 test is the same one that it's usually in the foam plastic section.
Yeah.
It's still there. Is it now in both?
I don't, well, we can take a peek at that in a second here. Let's see. Where was that? Was it 1404? Oh, years. Oh, it was 1405. That was the old language. It's 1405. Seems like. Can you go to the proposal on this one more? FS 12221. Yeah. Comprehensive requirements. Yeah, it looks like it. Assist the users of the code by providing reference to all relevant sections of 14 and 26. It's just putting it all in one spot, it seems like. It's a restructuring of it. It was from the Fire Code Action Committee too. Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, questions? Just adopting the model there. It should be not much of a, did it say cost or increase or decrease? You want to jump in the back up? Thank you. Sorry, I didn't look. Oh, there you go. Neither. All right. That moves us to 14032. This has a water resistant barrier. This has a model code change here. This was part of that last proposal too, I thought. That's good. It provides clarification that it shall be in accordance with the fenestration cut sheets. It's kind of like the residential language we have in 7034 for flashing. Just clarifying the continuity of the WRB. It's all just model code change here. Any thoughts, questions, comments?
Does that mess with any of y'all's or any of the things that you're involved in? These pieces moving around or any of the requirements around them?
You might be maybe stepped away for something. You can give them a second. Tom, did you have any concerns about this one? You might be on a call.
Sorry, I'm kind of on a different call.
It's all right.
So, no, I'm fine with this.
Okay. Good, just aligning with the model. No big fiscal here. Just clarifying. Moving on to the next one we have is 14043 in vapor retarders. Yeah, so we did a little bit of work here. You'll see that we got rid of a couple of exceptions. Oh, it was just number 1 or 4, wasn't it? We deleted 4, which was an existing model or existing organ amendment. Yeah. So just a little bit of adjustment here, alignment. Not a lot of new language, but it provides some new tables, and then it has that reference to the new type of vapor retarder. I forget what it is. It's a new defined term.
Why did we get rid of it? Or was it already?
It just doesn't, it's now just required by the code. So.
And then we don't have any 1, 2, or 3 climate zones.
Yep. Yep, exactly. And then we have just 4 and 5, and then you'll see down below in the tables. So now we don't need it in the exception above because the tables already capture it. And then we've adjusted the tables to only apply to marine 4 and 5.
Okay.
And then we have the footnotes clarifying where those apply. And I've adjusted that and then deleted the options for zones 6, 7, and 8.
When's Mark gonna clean up our energy code so that it doesn't involve any climate zones that aren't ours? Does that happen?
Right as he's disconnecting.
Just ours.
Any thoughts on this? It's a series of just model code changes really, and then we're just aligning it with our zones, and then we Heiser did do a review of it as we went through it too, so. Okay. We are rescinding that organ amendment and adopting the model code there, and no fiscal change. We have the part of that we covered was 140431 as well, where the spray foam plastic insulation for moisture control with the vapor retarders. You can scroll back up to it, Laura, if you can for a sec. 140431. Basically just have it's deemed to meet the continuous insulation moisture control requirement in accordance with one of the following. The spray foam R value meets or exceeds the specified R value. The combined R value of the spray foam and the continuous insulation is equal to or greater than the specified continuous insulation R value. And then the pointer back to the installation shall be in accordance with the MIIs or approved design, where it functions as the air barrier. It shall be installed in accordance with the energy code. And then all the air sealing requirements there is what we'd get back to. 140432. And that's it on those. Any concern on those model ones? Seeing none, we're going to move on. 140441 fenestration flashing. Just again, kind of reiterating that what we saw up front in the scoping that that you have to, you're going to use the fenestrations cut sheets, and if they're not addressed, then you have options to if the cut sheets do not address the flashing, then you have the options to comply with the WRB's instructions, flashing instructions, the methods of a registered design professional provides, other approved methods, or the flashing manufacturer's instructions. Sure, difficult to find sometimes. Yeah, especially for just like Z channel or like a drip edge. Yeah, you can't find MIS for those. Any questions, comments, thoughts? Seeing none, moving on, looking good. Then we move on to fastening in 14045. This is just a little bit of a restructuring, and then they added the additional language for prescriptive fastening of claddings or referring through foam plastic continuous insulation or insulating sheathing. So if you had like it's almost like a zip system, and then it'll be the subsequent subsections there: 140451, 5253. We can take a peek at those. 51, 52, 53. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I think it was numbered strange here. Yeah, keep going. I think it's further down. Nope, it wasn't. Will you go, can you go back to the charging language? Yeah, what did it say? It was it's three proposals to comply with. Is applicable. I think those are, I thought those were new. Yeah. Are they just numbered new? Really? Okay. For some reason, I thought it was a, let's see here. Oh, it's all new. That should all be purple. No? We're in 14, we're in 14045. Yeah, yeah, and then the charging, and then it has the new language from the. Did it just renumber them? Oh, yeah, because they were way at the end. So it brought it up to the front and then listed them in order. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I think it just says it was relocated from before 2604.
Yeah, okay, I just didn't go far enough. Thank you, thank you. Laura's right. Laura's always right. Don't question that. Okay, so it's just a reorg. Any comments, questions, concerns? 14045 fastening. Keeping the model config there, and that brings us to organ amendment 1404.11.3. And this one is regarding interior adhered masonry veneer. This one's again just existing. Was this an SEAO? Isn't it? Oh, it was Tom Young. It was Tom Young from Masonry Association. We're proposing to retain it. Any concerns? Seeing none, we're going to retain that amendment, no fiscal. That brings us to 1404.15.2. There it is. That's what I was looking for. Installation over foam plastic insulating sheathing. If you have like a zip system, just adding model provisions for that. Any concerns with that? Questions? Aligning with the model code. Okay. Next, we have 1404.18.1 and 18.2. This is for polypropylene siding. Installation and fastener requirements. Any concerns? Just model code here clarifying. Okay, seeing none, we're taking the model there, no fiscal. And then fiber mat reinforced cementitious backer units. Just allowing them as long as they meet 19.1. ASTM standard there. Any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none. Taking the model, no fiscal there. We have just a couple left here. 1405.11. We have the addition of exception. You have all those new exceptions to item 2.
So the fact that they now say only 4HT actually is almost, well, it excludes all those other type 4 construction types.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it seems like a change. Is there another companion section that, I mean, basically this is an increase in cost for all those other type 4 construction types that used to be able to use these pieces of combustible things.
Yeah,
Right? Or no?
interesting, because it was just type 4 before.
Uh,
But I think what we can look at the revision or the reason statement, but I thought that it was because it had never been considered. They
Okay,
hadn't gone back to it when they added A, B, and C.
and I believe that combustible exterior wall pieces are completely not on the table for a bunch of those for B and C and A. Anyway, so maybe this is just making it explicit and it's not a cost increase, but I do know that a lot of the like 603 things that are allowed for types 1 and 2 and the type 3 stuff that's allowed when it's non-combustible, combustible, or there's all these different places where there's accommodations for non-combustible construction that are not available to the new construction.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if this one says it's an increase in cost or not, or if it's just an alignment.
Yeah, and it looks like it captures it right there. What does it say? Yeah, sorry. Thank you. This change maintains that historical allowance without creating a conflict with the exterior wall protection requirements for type 4A, 4B, and 4C. Section 602.4 clearly prohibits all combustible material on any height on the outside of exterior walls in A, B, and C.
Okay, so that was already explicit in those chapter 6.
Yeah, but I think it's to what you were saying, which is a good note. So I think that's why it would then limit it. So it's just correlating so that there's no conflict, Any other comments, questions on this one? Will not increase or decrease, it says, so basically just aligning with that. It's a good one. Okay, 1409 1 through 991. This is IMP, so they added provisions for insulated metal panel now. So very similar to what we have for other, exterior coverings. We have kind of you must meet chapter 16 and, all the provisions there, fire resistance rating, durability, weather resistance. Any questions, comments?
I think it's great to allow more materials prescriptively out of the code book.
Yeah, thanks for that, Natalie. It's a good note. Yeah, it gets into all the things, thermal barrier, limitation. Oh, it allows it in type 5 construction. Yeah, it seems like a pretty thorough section there, so. Any other comments, questions, concerns? That one won't have a fiscal, just an option, design option. Okay, seeing none. That brings us to soffits and fascias at roof overhangs. S1-22 added a new section addressing soffits and fascias at overhangs specific to vinyl and aluminum.
There's a 1411 for the building integrated photovoltaic. I'm assuming that something that we're not including, or it just doesn't apply.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've done anything with that.
Okay. This makes it look like it's new, but maybe it's not.
I don't know.
It doesn't look very interesting anyway. I mean, it just says listings required.
Listing,
so
yeah.
even if it is new, it's not interesting.
Okay, yeah, no, it's a good note. Okay, so then we have is that the proposal? I think it's 20, S1-22. Okay, for soffits and fascia. Nice, there it is. I think it's the whole thing.
Pictures.
Yeah, look at that. Whoa, look at that.
Code?
Figures? We get figures too? Or did they get deleted via public comment? Huh? Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. All right. Any, oh, that's why it covers the remainder of the materials further down. I see it. Okay. Fiber cement above, aluminum fascia here. Okay. Any comments, questions? Soffits and fascias at roof overhangs, prescriptive.
Since it's prescriptive, are they saying it's a decrease in cost because it gives an option to not hire? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good, it's a good question. I imagine it would be. Wow. Get poorly attached soffits. No, nothing. Just clarifying the application and material specifications. Yeah. All right. Well, so we'll align with the model. At least that'll give folks a little bit more guidance on those. And with that, we've made it to the end of the day. We only have a few minutes left. I really appreciate everybody's time, expertise being here. And what we need to do is set the agenda for the next meeting. We're planning on, we had 15 noticed, but I don't believe we have time to cover it. So we'll just roll 15 over as well as the additional tabled items. We can come back to those. The next meeting, it's on Tuesday of next week. So we have a little bit of time before that. Then there are a couple of meetings coming up after that that are quick turn and burns. They're not much time in between. I think a day in between a couple of the meetings. So what we're proposing to basically cover are going to be the tabled items. Then we'll start with 15, and then we'll notice. I believe, are we doing structural next?
So with the 13th, we're doing 15, the tabled items 4, 9, and 10.
Okay, great.
And then the 27th, we will start with the 16 through 23.
Structural. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
So that's the plan for that. We'll be doing 4, 9, and 10 next meeting. Those will be the big ones, and you won't have to listen to me as much because Eric will be talking. So with that, any thoughts or questions or anything to add?
Thank you. I thought it was a great day, and Jody, it was great having code dialogue with you again after the next meeting we have in August on the upcoming codes.
Yeah, we get together all the time
All the time.
in Malheur County.
Yeah. Well, it keeps me in something besides manufactured home, so it's nice. So thank you, but no, thank you for going through all this today.
Yeah, and thanks for being here, everybody. Thanks for your time. We'll try to get a notice out. Yeah, thanks, Janice. We'll try to get a notice out as early as we can for it. But as Laura said, we're going to be doing tabled items, chapter 15, and then we'll go to 4, 9, and what? And 10. 10, we do have a big discussion in 10 that we'll be covering. We also have public proposals in chapter 10. The big discussion in 10 is regarding the single exit stair provisions and expanding that beyond 3 stories above grade plane. So I think Eric will cover most of that, all of that. We'll assign that to him now. And then, oh, he's there. He's shaking his head no. So with that, we'll close things up. We'll say goodbye for today. Anything else, Laura?
If we finish if we fly through all of those things, we will also have the rest of the chapters after 23. So 24, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, yeah, great. So we'll also have, we'll notice a bunch extra like 24 through probably through 33, just in case, because those don't have a lot of a lot of material in them. So if we get able to be through 4, 9, and 10, then we can start pushing on those as well. So with that, thanks again, everybody. We'll see you soon. And have a good weekend. We'll catch you on next Tuesday.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Tony.
everybody.
Thank you.